And welcome back to another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival Cards. So, last session, you guys had traversed from thither through the dense forest. You came across that mushroom ring and the creature that was so called guarding it. This entity was some sort of spy who was apparently working for the Unseelie court, and although he was at first a dangerous threat, you managed to take him out and detain him, and he seemed to surrender, stating that he's just doing as he was told. He isn't actually out to get you necessarily, nothing personal. He's just on the other side, effectively. And some people were about ready to end his life, but you held off instead to sort of maybe ask some questions. You learnt that the the actual, sorry, not bugbears, the hobgoblins are using these rings to transport themselves to the material plane and perform raids, and the some of the rings have been corrupted as well by none other than Scabatha Nightshade. So, not really knowing a way to fully heal the ring, you decided perhaps to find another one instead, find one that isn't corrupted. Probably the only way to deal with corrupted rings is to deal with it at the root of the problem, and that would mean taking on the hag, which I'm sure is an eventual goal, but one that you're not quite yet ready for. Or maybe there's better ways to do it. We'll see. Anyway, then you guys found said ring as he led you to one, and Winterbow, the centaur, Star, the displacer kitten, and finally, uh, goodness, what's his name? The
Ribbon?
halfling,
Ribbon?
Reuben, thank you, Reuben Sugarwood, the little halfling, had been gathered up, and you managed to figure out the exact sort of song and dance to activate this fairy ring, and opened up a portal back to the material plane to send them home. And yeah, gave you goodbyes, and they were whisked away. And it seemed as though there was a moment where he was asking if perhaps uh, Juniper wanted to go back, but she decided to stay. And yeah, seems she's part of the party now. Um, then you headed back through the forest, finally making your way into the swamps of Hither. And there's a great deal of roleplay before and on the way there, mostly between, I believe, Solomon and Xaxx, who were talking about very personal matters and their memories and complications. But yeah, good. It was a good moment between the two, I think. And finally, when you got to the cottage, you decided to have a couple of the party members stay behind, namely Clapperclaw. No, Clapperclaw's with you. It's it's so big that you don't want coming in. Otherwise, if a hag sees another hag's thief, there's definitely going to be questions arising. So she stayed back with Morgort and Juniper. So they're just sort of with the wagon waiting for you guys to return. When the party went in, they were greeted by the Lawnlings, who have gathered round their their mistress, Bavlorna Blightstraw, sitting on that floating lily pad, has just been lounging and soaking the entire time. It seems doesn't almost looks like she hasn't even moved from the same spot, like she's that lazy. But as you guys actually told her about what you'd accomplished and showed her the paintings, she did mention that she only wanted one of the paintings, but you've instead collected the whole lot, which could be a worry, could be bad repercussions, but you did hold up your end of the bargain. And so they were I believe April has guided you upstairs, Tarquin, to find your lost thing, whilst Zax and Solomon, you went to find the missing heart of Octavia. The rest of you have kind of sat down here and you've been questioning Bavlorna and keeping her busy whilst the rest of the party traverse the hut. So, when you got to the attic, inside the dusty, cluttered attic, you find that bronze frog statue, Tarquin, and there's just this void in its mouth. No light seems to penetrate it, but you feel as though this must be the right place. The tuning fork key that you have on you has been ringing 3 times, which means it is within 5 foot of you. You felt this has to be it. And so instead of just reaching your arm inside, you went full hog and just dived in head first, and the frog gulped you up, swallowed you whole, and that's where we left off. You've just been tumbling at this point. You feel a kind of a wet, squirming sensation all around you, almost like eels are like wriggling across your body. It's it's cold, it's stuffy down here, and you don't have no sense of up or down as you're just sort of tumbling through here. But what do you do, Tarquin, as you're just sort of almost swimming through an
Um,
endless black
Considering
void?
he just seems to be almost like dropping, I'm imagining he just sort of crosses his leg, rests a hand on his, rests his chin on his hand. It's just like, well, this is an odd one. Um, Not had this happen before. Um, no, talking has got me out of most things. So, um, is anyone about? Anyone willing to give a monarch a hand?
You
Anyone at
call
all?
out for just anyone to respond, and it feels like there's an echo, even though what before it was like water and crushing depth, but now it's like there's an open space, and you can hear your voice bounce back.
Hmm. Well, hmm. Okay, that suggests there's something around me. Uh, do I still have that sensation of like falling or squelching through things, or
That seems to have dissipated almost with the echo,
hmm? Okay. Um.
and you've just heard yourself sort of shout. Is there anyone around?
All by myself again. It seems to happen to me a lot.
All by ourselves again.
Okay, if you're gonna echo, at least do it properly. I mean, my voice is quite splendiferous. I'd like you to at least repeat me properly, Echo.
Splendiferous.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's got me out of a lot of situations, got me into some, but mostly out of them. Yeah. Wait a
And
minute.
how are we going to get out of this situation?
I mean, it's a damn good question. It's a damn good question. Um, I have a feeling you're not an echo. Either this or I've somehow found an interactive echo, which would be a fantastic discovery, and I could sell for millions. But um,
Well, what makes you think this isn't an echo?
I mean, you're responding to me as if I'm asking you a question. Echoes tend to just be sort of hello, 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 whereas you're actually responding to me as if I'm talking to you. I mean, I might just be talking to myself and I've gone completely insane.
Could be a inner dialogue,
Could
or it
be.
could be that there's another definition of the word echo, not just of sound.
Are you an echo of me from like another world or something? That could be cool.
You are looking for something of yourself, are we not?
That is true. That is true. Well, technically,
You're looking for me.
I suppose so. I mean, technically, I've got myself. I'm just looking for the way to unlock that. But that means technically I'm looking for the real me, which I think is not me, but is you. which is very
I could be the
confusing.
real you.
You could
I could be
be.
the real me. You could be the echo.
That is true. That is true. Um, hmm. I have a feeling we're not getting anywhere. We're just talking to ourselves. So,
I just feel like we need to shed some light on the situation.
yeah. Let's try that. Let's see if this works now. And I'm just gonna light up my hand again.
As you light up your hand, the light doesn't come from your hand, but rather a spotlight that just shines down from the darkness around you, illuminating just this space above you. And as you look up, it just looks like this little tiny dot of light. But it's this long light shaft that's coming down. Everything around you is still pitch black.
Huh. So I've managed to somehow find a way to generate my own spotlight wherever I go. That's great as
There I
fun.
am.
Yes. There. I. There you are. There I am. Um.
Precisely.
Oh, this is even for someone who used to the whole like face situation, being a performer, and being different roles. This is very baffling. Um.
I'm equally as lost in this strange darkness, but I'm sure we'll figure a way out. Here,
Me.
let me offer you a hand. And meanwhile, outside of the actual frog, Claviclaw is trying to reach in, saying something probably like, "Take my hand, Tarquin!
Um.
He's still breathing," but
I
you
mean.
can't hear any of that.
I mean.
Claviclaw is just panicking.
I will attempt to take the hand. I will reach up my hand towards the spotlight.
You see a hand reaching down towards yours, and this hand appears human instead.
Huh.
But oddly, you feel the sensation of touch almost as if it's yours. And
This is a
as
lot
you're
of confusion.
yanked by the hand, you are subsequently pulled up
Where are we
and
going?
out into a bright light that is very much indeed a spotlight. And as your eyes adjust, you see this massive stage around you. There is applause, in fact, as Tarquin is pulled up and out of this dark black hole. You look down and see it's in fact actually a top hat. And
I mean,
everyone cheers and
I mean,
laughs.
that's just a bit cliche.
Excellent! Wait. Well, this one's dressed! And you see the man standing before you is wearing like a clean white shirt with a tuxedo. He's got a wand in one hand, seems to be swirling it around in the air. And he's just finished sort of tapping the rim of the top hat that you're now kind of poking and protruding out of.
Um.
Here's some art for him. Or for you. I'm not sure who.
Yep.
In, in any case, the crowd looking amused at this. Some of them are kind of like giggling and laughing, but you look around the faces of the crowd, you can't make out the shapes and sizes of them, or if they're even human. They just seem to be kind of almost like lit up faces within the dark. Maybe
Huh.
your eyes are still adjusting.
Well, if you manage to pull me out of your hat, he tries taking off his own hat, see if he can pull anything out of his hat.
It talks as well. Fantastic. You can try pulling something out of your hat, sure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see what happens. After all, if I'm half expecting to somehow end up pulling him out of my hat, which would be really weird and quite an amazing performance considering he's in front of me.
All right, sure. So, you're performing. So I guess roll me a performance check.
Okay. That's a terrible
Hmm.
performance check for Tarquin. But...
You reach into your hat. Feels pretty empty, and he says, Are you sure you're not doing it wrong? You need a wand to magic something out of a hat.
Yep, you're right. He pulls out his original quarterstaff and taps it against the brim of the hat and tries again.
Yes, the OG quarterstaff is indeed a very long magician's wand.
Yep.
You can tap it again and roll me another performance check.
Wow.
It seems as though you've lost something.
It does. It does. Almost. The key to my magic, as it were.
Ah. Well, that brings me to my next trick. And he seems to be addressing the crowd as he puts his top hat back on. Would you perhaps be kind enough to be my volunteer? You're already up on the stage. You seem to have captivated the audience.
Sure.
Talking rabbit, everyone.
Sure, why not? I'll try not to outperform you too much.
Oh no. By means. It is you who shall be the star. Let's see. Looking for something. And he starts looking around on his person as well. And you see that he has got a small chain that's connected to a pocket. And he reaches in and pulls out an endless long chain. It just keeps on coming and coming. Like when you pull out those little handkerchiefs with multicolors, this chain is endless and endless. And he seems to offer you one end of the chain. Oh, could you help, perhaps?
Sure, why not? I'll take one end of the chain.
He takes a step away, trying to like reach this chain all the way out. And it keeps on going and going. And there's this drum roll that's like building up in the back. And suddenly the end of the chain comes loose and it just flops to the floor. And there's nothing at the end of the chain. He goes, oh, goodness. And the crowd sort of laugh. Where is it gone? And he still roots in deeper into his pocket. You seem to also be missing something.
Do you want me to have a look in your pocket?
I know you can fit inside a hat, but inside my pocket, that's going to be a tricky one.
No, I was thinking more I could just... I've got smaller hands, you see. I might ever get into a spot that you can't quite reach in there.
Oh, of course, that's what you meant. Sure. And he approaches you.
I shall attempt to pick his pockets, I guess. Even though
he's sure.
letting me.
Give me a sleight of hand.
Go!
That's
perfect.
better.
And tell you what, you can also roll me a perception check as well. Which doesn't beat your own sleight of hand, which is fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted. You reach into the pocket, and you find, instead of a pocket watch, you find a key.
Ah. Well, is this what
And
you were
pull it
looking
out.
for? Well, it might be what
yeah,
I was looking for.
He says, "That's odd. A chain with a key. Wait. I happen to have something of yours as well." And you see he pulls out from like a quick flick of a wrist. He pulls out your stopwatch.
Ow, impressive. Wait, were you picking my pocket whilst I was picking yours?
Give our contestant a round of applause. He's figured it out. And everyone sort of laughs and just seems to be snickering to themselves.
I knew I should have let that gnome talk me into getting them in mimic pockets.
As you look down, you do indeed see where your pocket is. It is like turned inside out, effectively. Well, now we seem to have swapped places, he says. He takes a little stroll and waltzes around you.
Yes.
You appear to have a key, but no stopwatch. I have a stopwatch with no key. Almost like what? Almost like which came first, the rabbit or the hat?
I suppose so. It's a good question. Huh.
Well, you've got something I want, and I've got something you want, but we can't trade those things because then we're back to square one.
Yes. You could give your one to me, I use it, and then I give them both to you, and then you use them.
That sounds tricksy, but I like tricks. I'll tell you what. I'll trust you if you can prove that this perhaps really is your stopwatch.
Hmm.
You would know it best, right?
Yes.
Excellent. And then he begins waving his wand in the air and seemingly conjures up multiple illusions one by one. And he says, a series of tests to prove that you really are the owner of said stopwatch and said key. This will challenge your skills of deduction. Tell me, do you remember what time it was when I took your stopwatch?
Let me think. 3:33.
He looks at the stopwatch for a moment, like trying to cover it up with his palm. 3:33. It was coming up to 3, but not quite. It looks to me more like 5 to 3. But in any case, you'll know which time it is yours, I'm sure.
Yes.
I'll give you, let's say, what seems fair, everyone, and he seems to turn to the audience. How long should we give him to find his real stopwatch? One person's like, 10 seconds! No, it's far too little time. Another person shouts, a minute! Feel like that's too long. He looks towards you. How long do you think you should have?
Well, if 10 seconds is too short, but a minute is too long, and considering the time that I believed it was, how about 33 seconds?
That's generous indeed. All right. Starting, and he looks at the stopwatch. In 5 seconds, you must spot the one that is not like the others. Your one, to be precise. You know what time you're looking for, and your time begins now.
Oh my god. Uh, it's the eyes. They're all blurring together.
10 seconds remaining. One of these is not like the other.
I'm just not seeing it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And time is. Did you just ping it when I said time's up? Hey, that's Yaz. Yaz is pinging.
Yeah,
That's fantastic. Oh, I'm afraid that's all you have time for. That is a great shame. I was absolutely willing to give this over to us. But if you can't spot your own stopwatch, does that mean this is all some sort of ploy, a trick to steal my possession?
I mean, possibly. But do I really look like the one who would deceive myself?
Is that a riddle you perhaps propose?
Perhaps.
I do like riddles.
Riddles are taxing to the brain, but in a good way.
He looks to the audience. What do you say, everyone? Shall we give him another chance? And everyone's like, sort of, some of them are shouting, no, no, he's a thief, thief, and others are shouting, oh, go on, give him another go. And it seems to be like a
Well,
real split between the audience.
How about this? Considering it's of such great importance, I've had one try. Give me 2 more, for 3 is a powerful number, is it not?
Indeed. All right, 3 it is. So long as you can solve a few more, we'll prove this really does belong to you. Okay. A riddle. Listen carefully. He looks at the watch and looks back at you and thinks to himself for a couple of seconds. I've got one. This is a longer one. So, listen carefully. A watchmaker was contacted urgently to make a house call to replace the broken clock of a particular client. Unfortunately, it seems the watchmaker was ill-disposed. Say he was sick. And so he sent his apprentice instead. The apprentice, though, the apprentice was thorough. And when he was finished inspecting the clock, it was already dark. Assuming his work was done, he attached the new hands, set the clock by his pocket watch, which was 6 o'clock. So he set the big hand at 12 and the little hand at 6. The apprentice returned, but soon a sending spell came his way. It was the angry client. You didn't do the job right! The clock shows the wrong time! Surprised, the apprentice hurried back, found the clock showing not much past 8. He handed his watch to the client and showed him that the clock was not even 1 second late. The client had to agree. Early the next morning, the client sent another sending spell to say that the clock had apparently gone berserk. Hands were moving around the clock at will. The apprentice again rushed over. The clock showed a little past 7. After checking his watch, he yelled, "Are you making fun of me? Clock shows the right time!" Have you actually figured out what's going on here? Tarquin?
For it to be not working correctly, and yet to still show the right time, apart from the fact that a broken clock is still right twice a day, if the hands are seemingly going berserk, I would have to assume that the hands were on backwards, the little hand where the big hand was, and the big hand where the little hand was. And thus, in the time that it had taken, it had made the correct number of rotations to still appear to be the correct time.
That, my friend, is the correct time. You're right. And let's give him a round of applause. And there's an immense amount of clapping again from the audience. And someone shouts, "Ah, that was too easy! Give him something a little tougher!" He looks back to you and says,
Well, it is 1-1, and after all, we are performers, are we not? So I suppose we should give the audience a show.
Indeed, the show must go on. I'm inclined to agree. Perhaps that was a little too simple. But maybe we can spice things up a little. And the illusionary clocks and stopwatches that he had up previously, he seems to tap his wand across each of them, and they suddenly make a sort of a ringing sound and actually fall to the floor as though they were perhaps real stopwatches. And he taps about 10 of the illusions. They seem to become real. What is real? What is not? What is a key? And what is a lock? You have the key. But only you would know which one it opened. You didn't quite find the right one in time, but now the time doesn't matter. Let's focus more on what it is you're trying to open. He looks towards the clock and gestures towards them and says, if you can find the right lock, I'm sure that it'll prove these are matching keys and stopwatches. You couldn't possibly deny that, could you? And he sort of says this to the audience. And so I'll let you peruse. And you see the stopwatches just all laid in a pile. You can go over to them, begin inspecting.
Mm-hmm.
They all seem very identical. The times are all jumbled up though this time. If you look at the hands, they're all different times now. And it doesn't seem like it's a case of figuring out what time it was. But as you inspect them close enough, you do see that each lock seems to have a different opening to it. And by opening, I mean like there's a shape to it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you rather than roll you an investigation check, you can line them all up and start to sort of just discern which one matches which. He says, yes, one caveat. You can't just place the key into the locks. You have to eye it. That's the challenge here. And so, good luck.
Okay.
Your time begins now. How much time? Yes, yet to be determined. Just give me the correct answer, and I'm sure you'll be well on your way. This is your key that you have in your hand. This is the bottom there.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since you've seen this key. It's almost lost to memory. You remember having it a very distinct shape to wind it and to open it, of course.
I can see what appears to be the obvious answer. But then... Oh god, trying to do 3 dimensions in my head.
No helping from the crowd. They seem to be like shouting different numbers. And how can you even see them from back there?
Because one of them looks right to me, but the top looks wrong at the same time, but I can't see any that are even similar to it. I can't see any others it could be.
Which of us is real, Tarquin? Are you like one of these fake locks? Simply an echo of your past memory. Maybe the real you was turned into the key. Should I say the real me?
Yeah.
I'll give you one more minute.
Yeah.
Think carefully.
I have an answer. But I believe that the answer to some extent is that the answer is that it's none of them. Because whilst one of these seems the obvious answer, it is a mere reflection of the real key, and not the actual key. Unless my eyes are really messed up, because 7 seems the right answer, but it's the wrong way round. And I cannot see another one that is even close to it.
Perhaps it is me and you that is the wrong way round.
Perhaps.
Perhaps you should be the rabbit in the hat, and I should be on the stage performing.
Certainly a viable option, but I've kind of got used to being the performer rather than the prop. And after all, it was myself who performed well enough to become the Witchlight Monarch and not yourself. But if you are an echo of me or I am an echo of you, that would suggest to some extent that you are a mirror. The man in the mirror, the boy in the mirror that I once saw, which would suggest that this key will fit the lock in the mirror, but not in reality.
He raises an eyebrow. Your minute is up. What number is it?
My answer is that it's none of them, because the only one that is even close is number 7, but number 7 is a reflection of the lock and not the actual lock.
Was that your final answer?
Yep.
You are indeed correct in that it is mirrored, a reflection. But if you were on the other side of the mirror, you would know that this reflection is in fact correct. And he takes a hold of your key. May I?
If I was... Yeah, I think I see what he's saying now. If I was coming at it like
He turns the key around into his hands. A reflection, you say, and he creates an illusion of a mirror between the two of you. And as the key is passed over, it doesn't actually change. It is simply like a window. And as he turns the key around, he holds up the stopwatch and places it inside.
Yep.
You're simply confused from your angle. You're looking from the mirror, when actually the reflection is one and the same. Don't you see it?
Yeah. I see exactly what you mean.
You got lost. Lost in your own mind. Swirling ideas and echoes. And the crowd seems to be murmuring to themselves. Even they don't quite fully understand it. And he says to the audience, "Believe me, there is no mischief in play here. No illusion at work. This is simply your own mind tricking yourself."
Yes. To explain, I was looking as if I would rotate the key to fit into the lock as I can see it here. But in reality, it would be as if I'm coming from the other side of it in order to fit it in. Essentially, I think.
Indeed. Ah, our contestant here is so close, and yet got flipped over in the last guess there. I say we continue on. He has a chance still to pull this back, and I certainly have still things up my sleeve. And he pulls out the stopwatch, which was in one hand the other time, and then now the other. But you notice that he's still holding the key, almost to sort of signify this tug of war of it's sort of going in his possession more than yours.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You've been holding on to that stopwatch for a long time, counting the seconds, counting the days and hours past. Tell me, Tarquin, just how many times have we passed each other, perhaps, in our own minds? How many times, like the hands revolving around this stopwatch? Every day, I presume. And he
Yeah.
creates this illusion, almost like projecting it upwards to make it enlarged such that the whole crowd can see it. How many times do the hands pass each other in a given day?
That is a damn good question. Not one I've ever considered. Let me think.
You've got to really pull out the stops to pull this back, Tarquin. I know you've washed those hands many times, but it's been so long. Ah, and I suppose for this to actually work, he has actually opened up the stopwatch, like the key that's fit the lock to prove it. He's kind of opened it up, and you see this is your stopwatch, and on the other side of the stopwatch, like on the lid, there is actually a mirror. Well, and as you look into the mirror, you do see the reflection of a young boy staring back at you. But I'll give you a moment to figure this out. Again, my audience, there is no illusion, no riddle, no trick at play. This is simply a mathematical question.
Yes. The obvious answer would be that they pass every hour, which would suggest 24, but that's a bit too simple of an answer. And after all, the two hands move at different rates.
Indeed.
And so it is not... But... So I would say it is not quite every hour. Which suggests it's slightly less than that.
This is probably the hardest of the riddle.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. So,
Yes.
you've got the right. You're along the right path already. Like you didn't already fall into the easy pitfall.
Yeah.
If you do get completely stumped, let me know, and I'll see if maybe an intelligence check would maybe recall something.
I'm just trying to think how you'd work that out.
Yeah, it's tricky. The wheels turn.
So
How many times have we passed each other in the mirror? One following the other constantly.
Okay. This is actually like it goes beyond like a maths question to almost like, well, it is still maths, but it's kind of like an angles and geometry question.
Yeah, it's a bit of both, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a tricky one. You kind of have to think just systematically. Maybe I should just stop talking as I'm just very clearly a distraction.
Yes.
I'm wondering if any of the other players have figured it out, and if so, whisper me. Or message me on Discord.
It's definitely a tricky one because it passes every time the clock hand moves. So every time it goes to say the whichever hand it is, because I can't remember which way around, goes to 1 o'clock. The other hand has gone round the full rotation. But I don't think it's much less than 24. But mathematically, just trying to think how I'd work this out. Because the little hand is the one that denotes the hour, and would have to go round the full 20. Would have to move 24 times, so 2 full rotations in order to indicate a full day, starting from 12 and ending at 12.
At 12, yeah.
Yeah. So in that time, but in order for that to occur, the small hand needs to do the full rotation 12 times 60 times, I think.
A single day, 24 hours.
Yeah, so for each hour that passes, the little hand goes round the full 360 degrees. So that's 360 times 24. No, that's not the work. That's just end up with the same thing. Okay, I'm actually kind of.
Can you picture the hand spinning? Can you count each time they pass? Can you see it in your mind's eye, Tarquin?
I can, I'm just trying.
You follow the hands in your head.
Every time it goes. Okay. Damn. Puzzles. So, if it goes to 1, then that's gone round to the full times and it's passed once. Then when it's got to there, it's had to pass twice. Wait. Every time they pass, there's going to be only 2 times when that doesn't occur. When they're at the same, I think. Okay. Is it 22?
He begins the clap. Everyone, Tarquin is a genius. It didn't take quite as long as I thought, in fact. And you see the crowd beginning to erupt in cheers. It is indeed 22. For if it was 23, that would make it a 24-hour day. And if it was 21, you would just fall short. Just tell us, how did you come to the conclusion, Tarquin? Was it just as simple as counting?
To some extent, yes. You said each time they pass, but at midnight, they technically haven't passed each other. And then at the next midnight, they technically don't pass each other, so it'd be 2 less in that 24-hour.
Indeed it is. Right on the money. Tarquin, this seems to be getting very close. What now? Is it 1 to you, 2 to me? No, 2 each.
Yes.
My goodness. There's perhaps one final riddle that decides this.
Yeah. Damn, that hurt my head.
Perhaps we take a break from riddles and strange mathematical problems. Perhaps we finish this off with a show.
That
Perhaps
seems an
who can
appropriate,
captivate the audience the best?
certainly a worthwhile trial.
After all, you'll need your ace in the hole to really beat me and to close this show out. And to beat yourself, perhaps. As it seems our reflections are at odds. 2 and 2. Which will be the final decider?
Yes. Who will escape
Uh,
the frog like the rabbit from the hat?
All right. In that case, then, let's see. I'll have to put together my greatest performance yet. Let's see. Would you like to go first, or shall I?
How about, to make things fair, we flip a coin. Heads, I go first. Tails, you go first.
It seems fair.
Which would be a D2, and I'd say 1 is heads, 2 is tails.
Sure. So which is he? Tails?
Yeah.
Okay. So if he gets a 2, then he'll go first.
Yep.
Flip it.
Okay, let's flip. He goes first.
Yes, he is. All right. I was once inspired by the leafy lord himself, the greenest of archfays, Oberon, was said to have captivated his audience with a magical display of images and mirrors and windows. And he seems to be, as he's saying this, creating illusion after illusion with what you would understand is some sort of mirror image. And three of himself seem to appear, splitting into effectively, well, that'd be 4 of him now. And with another flick of his hand, you see that strange mirror that was sort of see-through at first, sort of turns, and he creates 3 versions of that as well, 3 mirrors, and he places them behind each of his reflections. And with this wild flourish, he sort of takes a run up, does a twirl in the air, and then throws his hands out together with the magic wand in between, gripping. You see the images are pushed back by some sort of mystical force. Colors spray in every direction, and as the colors hit each reflection, they seem to trap the image of himself in the mirrors, and they're all in different poses. And they seem to resemble like stained glass windows now. And he seems to walk between each of them, going around in a circle behind them, tapping on the glass to make sure that they're firmly and solidified in place. And with an unseen servant, you see instruments begin coming up to the stage. You see violins playing, you see drums and trumpets, sort of all joining in, and he seems to beginning like some sort of waltz, some sort of dance, as these 3 mirrors sort of spin around in place. And then he creates one more image, and he seems to jump into that itself. And as he does, all 3 seem to collide with each other, creating like this screen, this 4-walled box with no top. And all of them on the outside begin to sort of begin like running around, almost like one of those little, they called the ones with the little shutters and the light that like
Yeah, I can't
shines in
remember what they're
between, and it
called.
creates like this moving image. Yeah. You see the glass sort of fit to make these little shutters, and as the box begins to spin, you see the image of him. There were three different poses, but now they're spinning. You see them as one running image of him, and in the image you see that he is actually running after you, this little rabbit. But you're running on all fours. You actually look much more animalistic, but you're still wearing the same sort of hat and attire. And you see that in your hand, or perhaps around your neck, you see the stopwatch, and you see him reaching out, trying to grab the stopwatch as it spins and spins and spins, and then at once the sort of crescendo of this performance, you see the glass shatter into pieces and flies towards the audience, and everyone gasps and screams, and they will pass straight through the onlookers as though they were merely just an illusion.
Yeah.
And you see standing in the middle with this colorful display still sort of shimmering around him, glittering, almost like it's just falling to the floor. You see he there standing triumphant with you by the ears in one hand and the pocket watch in the hand in his other hand, and with that he then takes a bow, and he looks towards you, and you see the image of the rabbit sort of poof into nothing more than an illusion, nothing more than a prop, sort of like this stuffed rabbit that just explodes into like into stuffing, effectively. And there you go. He takes a bow. The audience begins to applaud, and I guess I'm going to roll a performance check to see just how well that went down. And we'll see. And I'm using your performance. 21. There it is. You're going to beat 21. That's a high roll.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he steps away for you to take the stage instead.
Okay. So Tarquin will step into the middle, lower his hat to the floor, spread both his hands wide, and be like, "You have taken inspiration from the Archfey, but through my travels I have gained inspiration from other creatures of power.
Ooh.
From my brethren the Herongon, I mastered the power of acid," and his hand coats in the acid. And because this is a performance, and for this, I'm sort of hoping he can basically shape it into like almost the shape of the head of the acid dragon.
Okay, yeah, sure.
And in a battle for my very life, my heart beat with new energy given to me through the power of reciprocity and respect, and a pulse of lightning over where his heart should be. And then through another fight against a creature most foul and yet I believe to be perhaps one of the most wondrous creatures in all of the Archfey, I gained the power of flame, and his other hand lights in fire and forms the shape of the Jabberwock. And yet, these three are only the beginning. For I gain control of these powers, for I am the monarch. And then just sort of wings spread behind him, sort of thing, as he unleashes that witch-like monarch ability, basically. And basically sends out a blast of each of the energy in the directions. Almost like going like full air.
Avatar.
Yeah, kind of, basically. Kind of wish I had a fourth element to pull off at this point, but I have not yet got that. Well, I guess I'll roll my performance and goddamn dice! You fail me again.
17 was super hard to pull off. 100%.
But his performance was perhaps better. But Tarquin just sort of smiles and goes, But I know, audience, that you have of course preferred the first act of my counterpart, but I like to keep things slow to start. After all, the best thing is to leave the audience wanting more, not to blow their load straight at the beginning. And then he'll just step away to allow him to do their second performance.
He turns to you. A second performance? Tarquin, that... He sort of like sidles up. That was it? That was your final chance.
Oh, was it? No.
But we agreed. Of course. The best of three.
Mm-hmm.
Or the first of three, in other words. Not of the
Yes.
performance, but of the overall riddles.
Yes, I suppose in this case you do win. But, as I said, that was merely the first performance for myself. Perhaps in the future I will perform again.
I'm sure of it. Let us hear a round of applause for our wonderful volunteer here. And he begins clapping. Everyone erupts in cheers, and you see he holds the key in one hand and the stopwatch in the other, and says, "But with that, I'm afraid, my friends, that is all we have time for. I'm sure we will all meet again, and perhaps this fine Herringon, the Witchlight Monarch, will have another chance to perform."
Encore! Encore!
An encore? I hear from the crowd. Was that?
Encore!
My goodness. Well, who am I to deny the crowd? Tarquin, it seems we've been given one final chance. Do you have an idea in mind? Do you think you can come up with something?
I have a performance ready. Something that only the real Tarquin would be able to come up with.
He raises his eyebrows. Is that so? Well then, take stage, my friend.
He
I am eager.
takes stage and goes, "This may very well be my last performance, but that I will of course leave up to the audience. However, before I leave my fate," he reaches into his pocket. "I've told you part of my journey, the conquering of dragons and draconic creatures. But, as important as that may seem, they are a paltry thing compared to the true treasure I've gained on my journey. Even the title of Witchlight Monarch means nothing in comparison to this." And he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a deck of cards. And sort of just...
A card trick?
The best of card tricks. He begins to shuffle the deck of cards, shuffling them in all those wondrous and complicated ways, and just sort of smiles and goes, "Blessed by the moon, I pull forth the 6 of clubs," and he throws it to the ground. And essentially, because this is obviously like a performance sort of thing, I want it basically, as the card hit the ground, it sort of functions like a deck of illusions in this case, and summons up an actual image of Xaxx.
Xaxx coming right up. Here he is.
In basically a flash of moonlight.
Beautiful.
He smiles. "My right-hand man, the leader of Dragon Incorporated, the subsidiary of the Carnival Cards. But there is another who is perhaps of Actually, sorry, just as a quick thing. Have I given Rodolfo a card yet? Because I'm not seeing it on my list.
I do have a card. It is... Let me look it
Because
up.
we had one for Egbert. I've got that, but I
I've
don't...
got the 10 of clubs. Yeah, I have Egbert's 10 of clubs.
Yeah, we gave you the 10 of clubs, didn't we, again? So...
Yep.
Yeah. Replacing a friend... gone but not forgotten, and hopefully not gone entirely, we have my chief ambassador, Rodolfo. And he throws down the 10 of clubs.
How do they appear? A
Um,
fiery explosion?
I like to think a 10 eldritch blast basically hit the ground, forming, and in the smoke rises up Rodolfo.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, the smoke clears,
Yep.
and you see
And
Rodolfo standing there.
one whose honor is bound to mine, yet was never to be truly impeached, Morgoth, the 8 of clubs. And honestly, we have a lot of clubs in these. It
is a club.
Yep.
Put them there.
My bodyguard, the Red Joker, Tanwen, who I'm imagining will appear in a swirl of various insects.
Yes. Dragonflies with iridescent wings reflect the light in a myriad of colours
And
across the stage.
These are going to be weird ones, and I hope you've got the tokens ready.
Uh-oh.
You spoke of Oberon of the Summer Court. Well, I have my own representative of the Summer Court, the Knight Satalavar, the Ace of Spades.
At your service, your Majesty.
And gone in a way of honor, the 6 of Diamonds, Kono.
So Talabar.
Yep.
And Kona.
Kono, the Indian guy from down in
Oh,
Fable
wow.
Rise.
Yeah, you're part of it.
We
I
gave...
do not have his token ready, but
Yep. And
we'll
finally,
say certainly...
he shuffles the cards again, and yeah, you know what I mean. It was based on what was classified as the Indians in the Peter Pan books. That's kind of why I went Indian, but you know, indigenous is technically accurate. But he shuffles the deck and holds up the Ace of Diamonds. But as he does, he seems to slap it together and then pull it apart, almost as if tearing the card in two, but instead he has in his hands somehow 3 and tosses all 3 to the ground. The Ace of Diamonds, Nox, Solomon, and most recently, Helia. Or Summer, because I'm not sure I actually know their name out of character. In character.
Alright.
I know we don't have a token yet for Helia, but...
No.
But
Solomon.
But we can just do the 2, because I technically haven't bonded with them yet, so it works.
Making me work overtime here, and that's Solomon. Where is he? No, let's put him on initiative. Whoops. Well, there.
Yeah. 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 And here we have my great treasure, the Carnival Cards, the troop that I have formed through my travels, without which I would have never even got close to finding the key, and would have likely have given up a long time ago. All of you, this may be our last performance together. I realise they're illusions and not the actual thing, but let us all take one last bow to the audience. And with that, he will bow, and that is all he is going to do.
The audience is almost in a sort of still quiet, and they're just sort of looking in awe. Perhaps they're moved emotionally rather than just the cheers and the claps that they normally get. But it is a science which shifts the mood and the atmosphere in the big top. All these kind of almost mocking and expecting faces have sort of gone to one more emotionally touched and moved. As before, they were expecting you to sort of dance like a performing monkey. Now they realize they're actually dealing with a real living person who's not just there to put on a show. They're there to sort of tell a story as well, and you've definitely been on one for sure. And I'll tell you what, with everyone here sort of bolstering this momentous moment, I'll say you can re-roll your performance check, and this time you can have advantage. And if this doesn't do it, then well,
Yeah. The dice hate me.
somehow the dice have not been on your side.
Nope.
It's a quiet. It's not a roaring cheer, so it's hard to know whether they really truly were moved. Perhaps there is no
Tarquin
audience.
wins. Tarquin wins. Tarquin wins. Tarquin wins. Come on, guys. Tarquin wins. Tarquin wins.
I'm afraid I have one, as you see the humans stand forward. But Tarquin also loses at the same time. We both win and lose in this game, in this story. But ultimately, the audience has chose. It's almost like strange because you're shouting Tarquin wins. At least you feel like you are, but this is Tarquin, perhaps a future version of him, or maybe his echo of the future. It's hard to know for sure. But Tarquin, you see that with the stopwatch in hand and the key placed in it, he begins to wind it, and a clicking sound echoes out across the big top. With each click, you see everything becoming reversed. The images begin to disappear one by one. You see your mouth mouthing the words of that last performance, and they're going one by one, disappearing, disappearing. He returns back to the stage. You see his performance rapidly flip in reverse, and you see he pulls out the hat. We go right back to the beginning where you started, and you see the last click kind of echoes into place when you hear that satisfying latch in the stopwatch come to its full wind. You see Tarquin, you jump back into the hat and disappear. And with that, the light in this place goes off. And you're left in complete darkness for just a moment, waiting for something to happen, for that light to come back up. Meanwhile, in Bavlorna's cottage, waiting with trepidation, Clapperclaws looking towards April was like, "What do we do? They've been in there for way too long. What if they can't breathe?" And April's panicking as well, like, "I've got a rope. Here, throw it down. See if we can get them to grab onto it." Okay. And you see them just sort of like lowering this rope into the frog's mouth, hoping for the best. and they're figuring out what else they can do. They just sort of shout, one of them shouting into the frog's mouth. But for now, you can see that they're trying to do their best efforts. And Clapperclaw's like, you know what? Screw this, I'm going in. And he ties the rope around his waist and he begins to lower himself in. And he says, pull me out in 1 minute. Unless you feel the tug on the rope. And then, in which case, pull me sooner. And he just lowers himself in. You see Clapperclaw disappear. Meanwhile, I'm going to jump to the others and leave that in a moment of complete mystery to what's happened to Tarquin. Let us jump back to Rodolfo, Tanwen, Solomon, Xaxx. You're down backstairs. You've got the freezing cold heart in your possession now. And Solomon, at this point, was there a time when you wanted to change into Nox, or have you got an idea? Are you still Solomon, or are you Nox? Is what I'm really asking.
Not yet changed.
Okay, not yet. All right then. So Xaxx comes back down. Sees the rest of the party. Bavlorn is just lounging in her usual position. So, what are your plans going forward now? You've got back the things you wanted.
What about the cat?
What about the cat? The cat was never part of the deal.
I was told specifically to get the cat.
Well, I'm afraid you're mistaken, Solomon. The cat stays. And she sort of shifts herself, lounging back, leaning back even more.
That must be.
Why don't we let the cat decide? Everybody knows you can't own a cat. You can't tell a cat what to do, who to be loyal to.
On
The
the
cat should make
contrary,
its own
you've already
choice.
seen that I imprison things in here.
Yes, but can you ever truly imprison a cat? I don't think so.
Not so much a cat anymore, is it? I mean, it's stuffed and stitched together. It's more fluff than life.
It's
So what you're saying is you don't care about the cat and we should have it.
yeah.
Oh, I
Sounds
don't
like it's
care
just
about
another
the
little
cat.
trinket for you.
You're right in that I don't care about the cat. But I do care about having possession of it.
Well,
Why is it that it matters to you?
You're asking a lot of questions.
Oh, I am having a discussion, let's say. Making conversation while we wait for our friends.
what if we give you a chipped teacup?
I have plenty. And he gestures towards the cutlery smashed around everywhere.
Pixie dust? Do you have pixie dust?
No. But I'm sure I can live without. I already have a floating lily pad. I'll
What if
tell
I
you
give
what.
you? I have something. Maybe we can. I can give you this mummified toad that we found, and it's a magic toad. It allows you to cast a spell too.
She glances over towards it. Whilst that does look delightful, the cat holds a little bit more weight than just a random trinket. There's a sentimental value, you see. But, as you seem to be so persistent, I'm not beyond trading it. Perhaps we can set up a second deal.
No more deals. Rodolfo, can you heat her water? Because I imagine she's floating on a lily pad, but I bet you that water is cold and clammy. And
Just
maybe
right.
she'd like to have a nice warm bath. And we can, warm up
I
the
don't
water.
I don't think I have anything that will do that. Unless
Yeah.
no, sorry. Unless shape water
I
can do
well,
something.
no, I can heat up 1 square foot of the water at a time as well.
Can
So you need something
okay.
that's sentimental. That what if
Out
it's
of
something that's really
curiosity.
as
No, go ahead, please.
what about something that's you said the cat's sentimental value to you, right? So what if it's something that's sentimental to us as well?
Not sentimental to me. I didn't say that.
No, you
But
said
it is
Okay.
the cat has
sentimental.
sentimental value, and so maybe
Correct.
what if I give you something and trade with you for something that's sentimental to me?
I have no urge to take something like that away from you, Xaxx. We're business partners after all.
I'm just trying to
What
find a
if
deal here.
what if we trade a pet for a pet? My my
I'm not
favorite
giving up Rodolfo that easy.
no. My my favorite toy, her name's Samantha. She has a little puppy dog that's made of the same material as her boots. If I give you the Samantha's little puppy dog, will you give us the cat?
She looks towards it.
It's a cute see, it's a little white puppy dog. It's got little white fur on it and two little black eyes. And it's got it's really, really, really soft and you can pet it and it won't run away from the water like a cat would.
Adorable.
Samantha, is
I
this okay? Samantha, we've got to get the cat. Is it okay if you let go of one of your toys?
um, there's a moment.
Yeah.
You wait.
Okay. Yeah, see, I've even got permission to give you the trade. So a stuffed toy for a stuffed toy. Um and the little puppy dog is soft and cute and it's like a little Wheaten Terrier.
Cute and fluffy are not my particularly ideals, but I can maybe see some faint, distant use for something like that. Roll me a persuasion check, Brandee,
Oh,
on this
okay.
occasion.
Guidance.
Oh,
Oh, that didn't work.
he says,
Close.
I
It was
should have
close to
used
working
cute.
real well.
I should have used cute and fluffy.
I'll tell you what, why don't you hear out my deal, and you can maybe decide if you want to keep a hold of your little pet and trinkets. It's very simple. It just simply involves going to my sister's theater.
But then we'd have to come back and collect the cat unless you're going to give us the cat as a down payment.
There is no such thing as down payments in the Feywild, my dear friend.
Well, how about the power to control your dreams?
Pass.
Damn it! I was going to give up the dream mask.
So you again want to mess with one of your sisters? Just for the
The
fun
other
of it?
sister.
Just as a prank or what? What's the dynamic here?
You see her grin widen. You're catching on. Yes. A prank, you can call it. To you, that sounds frivolous and pointless. But to us, that's sort of a way of life. Breathing is as natural as, well, spreading a little bit of misery.
Right, but you understand that for those of us who are not part of your coven, this is extremely dangerous. I mean, you're risking all of our lives. I think this is not a fair trade.
Risking your life for a prank? I'm sure that had you been caught stealing a simple portrait, you wouldn't have been put on the chopping block.
Or you think your sister is merciful? Would you be merciful if someone was stealing from you? I wonder.
Not so much about mercy. It's more she's more opportunistic, especially if someone tried to come into my lair and steal something of mine. I would probably see a use in the thieves. If they're sneaky enough to get past my lawnlings, they're sneaky enough to do a little snooping around for myself. You see, they would owe me for having stolen something. And getting you to do the dirty work is much more, uh, much more suitable than my getting off this lily pad and doing it myself. So you see, we're not just killers. We'd only do that for the most egregious betrayals.
No, perhaps you may not think of it as an execution, but I'm sure that just like Granny Nightshade had and you have, there are guards, there are traps, there are dangerous things just to get there. You know, you are powerful witches. I'm not sure if you understand this. That just approaching your territory is potentially deadly if you are not lucky. And so all this for a stuffed cat, I don't think it's not worth it for me. What
No,
else do you want?
I
And-
want a particular unicorn horn, if you've seen one. Lying around. Seems to have gone misplaced it. You didn't happen to pick one up in thither, did you?
No, there are not a lot of unicorn horns just hanging around. I thought that wasn't your sort of creature anyway. You're more into slimy, disgusting creatures. Fluffy and preppy is not your thing.
Well, no. But a horn has great potential. There are many powers you wouldn't understand hidden within its spiraling form.
I have a dragon horn from a dragon I killed myself and carved by our king.
Dragon? Here?
Yes.
In Prismere? Oh goodness, you didn't kill Scabatha's pet, did you?
Yes, this is Scabatha's pet dragon, and it was attacking us, so it was self-defense. But I have a horn from the dragon with the most beautiful carvings on it. And I would be willing to trade my horn, my dragon horn, for the cat.
Let me see this horn.
Okay, so I'm gonna take it out and present it to her. Man, y'all, I had the artwork. I don't know what I did with the artwork for this. I apologize.
So? Well, might be art. Oh, are you talking about just a little tiny image?
Yeah, I had an image of a real pretty horn, but this was months and months ago.
Okay.
And I don't know if I saved it anywhere. Oh, yes, I did. So let me do a copy.
Please send it in the Discord.
Yeah, copy image. And
Yeah.
then, all right, come back.
I saw the image.
All right, so come here. All right, so roll for story, Wild Beyond the Witchlight, and paste. There we go. Did it go through?
Yeah, it did.
Yep.
Wow, cool.
Nice.
So, here you go. You carved this yourself?
No, our king carved this.
Oh.
Tarquin carved this.
This
And
is
it makes
impressive craftsmanship.
the most beautiful sound when it's blown through. But we would have to have that cat free and clear. no strings, no extra duties because this is something that is a token and a treasure from my first dragon kill.
Okay. She's interested, and as she's beginning to wave her staff over this, you see a slight glittering of magic just in her eye, as she seems to be sort of appraising it. And whilst she's doing that, I'll say you can give me another persuasion check. And yeah, you can add guidance again. And dragon is a cute lord. Hey,
Jesus.
want to say you do have lucky if you really want to go that far.
Yes, yes. Yeah. We're definitely gonna do that. Hang on. Let me close the pop out. Oh my God, that is just awful.
Uh,
Yes. So I'm
Go ahead.
using lucky, and I'm gonna try this again.
Yeah, re-roll that. That's a bit better. Well, give me guidance as well. So see what brings it up to. So roll a d4.
Okay. Give me 1 second. There you are. And roll.
13. Okay. Now, it's not exactly what I was looking for, but now knowing there was a dragon here and you wait a second. Hmm. This belongs to a black dragon, not a green dragon. You see, I was just about ready to accept this as a deal, but you've been telling Porky.
No, I have not. This was the dragon underneath Scabatha's home. It was trapped in this little area, and we tried to negotiate with it. It was actually one of the first negotiations for Dragons Incorporated, and it became enraged and it attacked us. And it was trying to go up the stairs to wreak havoc above us. I was standing at the bottom of the stairs. I had my longbow out. I pulled back, loosed an arrow, and I shot it perfectly. It fell down, rolled down the stairs, and on top of me. And all my friends had to rescue me from outside, from underneath the dragon's corpse.
Roll
So,
a deception check now instead.
but that's the way I remember it.
It wasn't.
Are you sure you're not getting confused out of game? Because you know that was in the Brigand's Tollway, right?
Oh, yes. I
Yeah.
am so sorry. I totally forgot. Yes, I got the
Yeah.
places backwards. I am so sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
Oh,
I
that
thought
was
you
not
was
intended
that
to
not what you
be.
intended? Because I thought you were trying
No,
to wing it that that
no,
Scamatha was in possession of another dragon, which would be
I am so sorry.
okay. I thought you were getting a little confused. All right then. I'll tell you what. I'll let you take that back if you want to say something like where you really found it, or if you don't want to say where you really found it, you
Ah,
can keep up with some sort of lie, but
but is this realm your entire realm? Is thither all yours and everything in it?
no, that's Scabatha's. This is hither.
I'm sorry, is hither all yours?
Hither, it belongs to me. Yes.
Then thither belongs to Scabatha, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Get to my
everything in
point.
her realm is hers, right? And I killed this dragon in her realm.
In hither, in hither, he killed the dragon in hither,
Right. So this was
not
Scabatha's
thither.
dragon.
Yeah.
This was Scabatha's dragon.
You're very confused.
It's
Thither is the forest. hither,
I'm sorry.
and hither is the swamp, and we are in hither. The Brigand's Tollway is also in
Oh,
hither.
shit, you're right. You're right. Sorry.
Though
Oh,
I'm honestly quite liking where you've gone with it. That somehow.
oh shit.
To be honest, if you want to keep up this line, you can totally go
No,
down
no,
this
no,
route.
because she's gonna figure out I killed her dragon.
It wasn't her dragon. Technically, it was something being raised to kill her. So
Oh,
Exactly. So
oh.
let's take a step back for a second. So you could swing this a couple ways, right? You could keep this lie going and pretend that it is Gabatha's and that maybe she was keeping a secret from her sister, Bavlorna, or you could try and spill the truth and use that to your advantage, saying, but what you would be doing is you'd be dropping the herringons in very hot water by telling them the truth that this was a dragon, like Tarquin just said. He said that this was going to be used against Bavlorna to overthrow her one day. That is another angle you could go down.
I'm not gonna throw the Haragons under it, so I'm going to very deliberately look her in the eye and say, this was being raised in Scabatha's lands to kill you by a faction that wanted to overthrow you. And we killed the dragon before it could kill you. We weren't going to mention it to you because we didn't want to fan the flames of war. But if that cat is that important to you, I'm just going to keep my treasure. So this was my first
Wait. No,
dragon kill. No,
it's
I'm
not the
sorry.
first. It's not the first dragon she's raised. I
It's
didn't know
the
she had a black dragon under her wing.
I don't know that
Well,
she knew it as well. We stumbled across it in our travels, but
it seems
if this, this is a treasure for me. So, but I understand if you treasure that cat more than a trade. I understand.
I'm gonna have you re-roll the deception check as we finally nailed out what you're actually lying about.
Okay,
And
sorry.
in addition to that, you do still have a guidance, I believe. So roll that as well. And before I roll my insight check, are you happy with a 15? Or do you want to use lucky before I roll insight check to see through this lie?
If I use lucky though, am I going to
You have to
have to
take the new
replace?
roll.
I'm going to stay with the 15.
Can
Stay
I
with the
guidance
15.
that?
Yeah, that is 15. So 2 plus 13 is guidance.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll roll insight and we'll see if we can get to the bottom of this. She looks at you with her big, bulging bug eyes. She doesn't have proficiency. She licks her eyes clean with her long tongue, seemingly not even blinking, just staring at you intently, so long that her eyes get dry enough to just have one long tongue and lick it and slather it up. She looks at you and goes, "It's not out of the It's not out of the realms of possibility that she's got another dragon. She stumbled upon one to begin with. Still very young, though. How old was this black dragon? You seem to have a vivid
I
memory of the battle.
I have a vivid memory of the battle, but I didn't stop to talk to it. Sorry.
Mm,
And I can spot a dragon and I can go little dragon, medium-sized dragon, big dragon, and oh my God, run. But I don't know how to age a dragon.
well,
That's not been something I've needed to know yet.
with some time I might be able to determine it from this horn. That sly little ticking hag of my sister, raising dragons. She should have stuck with toys. She grips the horn tighter, and you see, well, this changes a lot of things. And it seems my attention has been on the wrong sister. So you may take her, cat, for all I care. but I'm keeping this horn.
Fair enough. Then, then in accordance with the rules of the Feywild and the rules of reciprocity, I give unto you my very first dragon kill horn in exchange for the cat. Free and
Kaya,
clear with
go
with
fetch
no other strings or ties attached.
strings. Are my sister's domain. That would be lovely creeping Lynn. There are no strings. There are some murky waters, but no string. Kaya, please go fetch Gloam. And she spits out a different key and hands it to them. And they rush upstairs to the cabinet. You hear this kind of scratching and hissing sound. It's scratching. Pavlona, it's set free. It's on the run. It's scratched. You see him getting scratched to pieces up there.
Solomon, we've got your cat. You've got to go get it. It doesn't. Solomon, hello, Solomon.
You're outside, right,
Rodolfo,
Solomon?
Rodolfo, do you know where Solomon went?
Solomon gave up.
Yeah, but
I
Solomon
did
thought
just
Solomon-
wander off. I don't know.
Solomon thought he was going to have to go on a whole ass journey just to come back and get the cat. So he
No.
went off to give Octavian his heart.
I see. All right. Well, perhaps just before you go off to get to get Octavia, perhaps you are just caught as you're getting into the rowboat.
Solomon.
Yes.
All right, we've secured the cat from an exchange. Can you come up and get the cat?
Okay, I guess Nox will be happy. All the way
Okay.
back, I guess.
You see the flustered Lawnling come back down the steps. It's gone wild. It's running all over the place. It's clawing up your furniture. It's not happy. Quick, it's this way.
Okay.
So you come back upstairs and start looking around the cottage. You can see claw marks over this poor Lawnling's face. He's holding them, holding one eye closed. I don't know where it's gone.
Gloam.
You hear a distant meow.
Gloam.
Go ahead and give me either a perception or an investigation check. You start looking around. Fuck yeah. Sure. You hear the sounds of the birds probably flustered, shaking in their cages as the presence of a cat entering into the room. One of them is fallen over in the cage, and one of the birds is like flapping its wings wildly. And you start to look around the room. The cover that was over the bird cage, it suddenly moves across the floor. Just this lump underneath the cover.
Okay. I using the cover try and bundle it up into like a cat burrito.
You hear a hissing sound.
It's okay. It's okay. It's me, but Nox. Nox. God damn it! How'd you just appear when you needed?
The sound of the hissing perhaps stops for a moment at the sound of you saying Nox, but I'd like you to give me maybe an animal handling check to keep this poor cat under control. Hey, it seems as though it smells something on you that's familiar, and you see the poor, lonely eyes of this cat look at you expectantly, and then it suddenly coughs in your face, a load of dust. But it seems to have stopped scratching and clawing at everything in its sight. Oh, what's happening? Oh,
The coughing of dust sends Solomon into a coughing fit, and suddenly it becomes more feminine as the coughing ends.
do we have Nox?
Hi.
You hear the cat is meowing in your presence as the dust sort of clears the air. Gloam is as surprised as you are.
Hi, Gloom. Long time no see.
You see some of its stitchings come loose in the flurry, and as it tries to nuzzle you, you see its like face become a bit lopsided.
Oh no. What's happened to you? I'm not sure if I've got anything to actually try
It's
and.
holding together, but you know,
Rodolfo, can
clearly,
you cast mending?
clearly
Are we
neglected.
in the room with you? I wasn't sure.
You're up in the Aviary, but you can easily come
Okay.
back downstairs if you like, Nox.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got mending. I can throw a couple of those at it.
Sure, I'll bring you back down.
Thank you.
There you go.
I can cast Toll the Dead on it.
Don't do that. Cradling this stitched, zombified-looking cat in a little blanket, it comes down, Nox, from the stairs.
Hi, guys.
Hi,
Nox?
Nox. Welcome back.
We're glad you're here. We're glad you have the cat.
Yeah, we got the Tanwen really got the cat for you. She negotiated, so
What?
it's
Who are
your
you?
cat now.
There's people in my house I'm not aware of. Lornings, why didn't you inform me of this?
Oh,
One of the cat-
Lorna, I thought you kind of knew this already, but the guy who went upstairs, Solomon, and this person that came down, Nox, they're the same person.
I'm starting to think they are different people. I can't see their transformations. One walks upstairs, one walks downstairs.
Yeah, we don't always see it too. Sometimes it happens in like a puff of smoke, and sometimes it's like all of a sudden the leaves are exploding everywhere, and sometimes it's just like a sleep and wake up type of thing.
Yeah,
so
we wake up and they're different, but we love both of them.
There's really no mechanic to it that you can understand. Don't worry too much about it.
yeah, it's
Well-
beyond reason.
I don't know how this works. We're just a bit broken.
Well, before you leave,
No,
make sure to gather up all your
Not
friends.
broken, no, unique.
not
Unique.
broken.
No,
Yeah,
never
I told that to Solomon before. You're not broken.
Yes, please be sure to make sure everyone is with you before you depart.
Shouldn't Tarquin have been down by now?
Oh yeah, didn't Tarquin go up to get you? You sent him upstairs to get his thing that you had, right?
She groans.
Not April. Go find April.
That can do.
And you see one of the Lornings scamper off.
I'm gonna
And
go
they-
with not April just to make sure if they need any help.
All right.
Well, Rodolfo and Nox, perhaps we should take our leave and start to head back down to the rowboats.
Should we not wait for our friends?
I think they'll find us, and it sounds like she's getting a little annoyed by having all the people in here.
Too much
So,
noise.
so perhaps we should go ahead and make a graceful exit while Nox is holding the cat.
Ah,
Sorry.
well, Lorna, very well. If that is what you prefer, certainly we will not bother you. And he makes a little courtly bow. We thank
Tanwen-
you for your hospitality.
Tanwen will do a little curtsy and say, "It's been nice doing business with you. Nox, let's go."
I'm just gonna do like a little bow of like respect and yeah, follow you guys out with the cat
With the cat.
very quickly.
You come upstairs, not Xaxx. You see April with a rope in one hand and pulling with all their might against. On the other end, you see the rope just descending into that black, gaping mouth of the bronze frog. Oh, you've arrived! I was wondering when someone was going to come and help. Not April. Grab the
Yeah.
other end. Go quick, pull.
Oh, should I pull too? I'm
Yeah,
here,
pull,
I'm here as well.
pull. I think we've got something.
I pull.
Okay, yeah. Well, give me a strength check with advantage. And, April is
Great.
helping out.
It's shift to do the.
Yeah, it should be shift.
No.
Okay, just
Yeah,
roll it again then.
twice.
11. It's there's definitely some sort of resistance on the end of the rope, and it's tough. It doesn't feel like it's just permanently stuck. It feels like it's easing, but it's almost like you're pulling it through like a slick drainage pipe, like all clogged up. And you can actually see as the rope is starting to come out, one end of it is like wet, and you see it dripping onto the floorboards.
Maybe
Oh,
maybe
no.
his thing. Maybe it's a water thing that he had to go swimming or something.
Can Tarquin breathe underwater?
No, he's generally not a fan of water. He can't really swim that well, so.
He's been
may
down there
not have gone.
forever. And
Oh,
Clapperclaw
jeez, okay.
too.
Okay. Let's keep trying to pull. Well, hopefully he's still attached.
Okay, and again, a little moment later, you start to see the rope now covered in like slick mud and almost like a mucusy. It's not water. It looks more like I say, mucus. It's kind of like sticky and slimy, and you're getting it on your hands now as you're pulling that part of the rope.
Sticky means better grip. Keep pulling.
We're
getting
Give
somewhere.
me another strength check with advantage. Fortunately, April and the other Lawning aren't very strong, so they're just sort of holding onto the rope, and you realize that behind you they're only picking up the slack, but with one big hefty heave, you do find the rope give, and it suddenly feels like you're unplugging something as a big gout of water actually spills out onto the floor from the frog's mouth, and amongst the the bits of rope, there is a pile of something. You see 2 claws. You see a bag of stuffing that's come open, and just like there's loads of wet straw all over the ground. You see
He's turned into a clapper claw. Okay.
he's in pieces. Poor Clavicle, and you see the gourd on one side and
Oh no.
horns on the other side. And there's something underneath the pile of straw that's coughing and like sputtering up water.
Is it Tarquin?
It looks like they're wearing Tarquin's clothes.
Okay. I'll keep removing the clapper claw stuff and put it to the side so we can put them back together and find what's going on underneath here.
Yeah, you pull away the gourd and the weird giant crab claws and finally get to what was underneath. And you see a humanoid boy, and they're wearing Tarquin's clothes. They're probably how old would you say Tarquin is, James?
That's a good question. Did I ever put that on his sheet? Let's find out.
Was he about
I mean,
10 or
he was
11?
probably about 10 or 11 when he went to the carnival the
Yeah.
first time. So yeah.
So then you're seeing now, instead of an 11-year-old boy, you're probably seeing about a 19-year-old teenager then in that case. And yeah, they've got the same daggers that Tarquin has. He's got the same quarterstaff that seems to be all in a pile of belongings.
Okay. I'm gonna poke him in the face to see if it's an illusion.
It's real. It's very much real, and they're still kind of coughing up the water at the moment, but they seem real.
I'm gonna cast Spare the Dying on them, just in
It probably,
case.
yeah, probably expels a bunch of water from their lungs, just as a magic tries to stabilize a creature from any kind of death. But this
I'm gonna look.
this
I'm gonna look this new person in the face, straight in the eyes, and just say, "Are you Tarquin?"
are they Tarquin, James?
That's actually kind of the response. Well, what do I look like? Of course I'm me.
Well, here's the thing. The Tarquin I know is a rabbit. Now, we have we have discussed and I thought for a bit that maybe you're not naturally a rabbit. Maybe you like were changed into it by magic. And now you look different. You look human like Tanwen, but not not like Tanwen exactly, but like you look like, same kind of creature as Tanwen. And then we got like Solomon and Nox and Helia who change from person to person, so not like out of the realm of possibility that you're also doing the same thing. You don't look like a rabbit.
Your eyes don't fail you as usual. I am indeed not a rabbit. I'm not quite sure exactly what's going on, but yeah.
You're the same Tarquin? Or are you a different are you a different personality Tarquin? Is there like, oh man, is there like a dwarf Tarquin and an elf Tarquin and like a tiefling Tarquin that we gotta find too? Because that'd be kind of cool. Do you have different personalities?
I kind of wish that was a thing now. But
You look at your normal humanoid, mundane hands and realize you found your lost thing.
huh.
You feel like it's almost a sort of disappointment in a way. You're not. You was expecting this big, sort of grand feeling to come over you when you found it, but now it just feels like you've lost the magic. And as you search your belongings, you do find the stopwatch and the pocket watch, and you find your key, and it is inside. It's been inserted just how you saw it in that play that was happening within your mind. The stopwatch has began ticking again, and in the mirror, in the reflection of it, you see your face. The humanoid features, the teeth are they're no longer like big bucked teeth. You see normal human ears. You see your eyes are the same though. That's about the only thing that really remains the same are your eyes. You don't remember having such big ears, but
Yep.
that's
Is this the thing that was stolen from you? Your
I
proper features? Your actual self?
possibly. I'm still not 100% sure. No. Kind of.
Wait, what's my name?
Um. I assume I still know their name.
you remember everything.
Yep. You're Xaxx. You've got the whole thing with the
Okay.
moon. You
Yeah,
can't
okay.
remember a lot of stuff. You are one of the Carnival Cards, also Dragon Incorporated and all that.
CEO of Dragon Incorporated.
Exactly.
Just forgot that part. Okay. What about the other human that is with us? What do they do?
That would be Tanwen. They like playing with their dough and they shoot things and they're good with insects.
Okay, and then the other human that's with us, what do they do?
They shoot things with magic and speak in a funny accent that I've not quite worked out where's from.
Okay.
The
And
downfall.
then final thing, what's the secret password that I told you before you came up here?
You didn't tell me one?
That's the correct answer. Good job. Okay, that's you. It's you.
So, and that's just the problem, Tarquin. You remember everything. You remember that you were just a regular old human, and that there wasn't anything spectacularly magical or wondrous. You remember that this was all just sort of a dream that perhaps you had. That you maybe you really did get lost in the stage performing. Maybe at one point you thought it'd be fun to be the hat. Sorry, the rabbit that comes out of the hat to swap places, and maybe that deep-seated memory was what was cursed and flipped on its head, mirrored. But yeah, there's this sort of a sense of disappointment, but you don't feel that horrible feeling inside that you're missing anything. You just feel a bit, yeah, disappointed, I guess, that he wasn't really a magical rabbit hopping around and going on these grand adventures.
Can I still hop is the question.
You're a human, Tarquin.
Hmm.
The rabbit hop feature is it's not a rabbit hop anymore. It's just
Yes.
human. You have still got the boots of springing and striding. That's not been taken away. But you don't have the same spring in your step anymore. It just sort of feels normal. As you stand up, you almost go to bump your head because you realize you're taller now, not small and lupine. Not lupine. It's a rabbit.
Rabbit pine.
Leporine, I think.
Yeah. But there's
similar.
Aaron gone.
Aaron gone. No, no. Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely the shortest one now because you're way taller now than you were before.
Yes.
Can you still punch? Try punching me. Can you still punch the same way? Like, are you still a punchy person?
I can
Try hitting me. I'm going to take the dodge action.
So I need to roll again. Guess you're dodging.
Yeah, sure. Oop.
I missed.
Oh, okay.
You miss. It's like, look.
I
mean, you for a moment felt like you was just as fast, but you're still getting perhaps used to this new form, and actually easily see the punch coming, step out the way.
Not fair if I saw coming, but you're still pretty good. That was still a valiant effort.
I feel slower.
You feel slower? I feel slow all the time.
And less bouncy.
Because you're not a rabbit anymore. Rabbits are pretty bouncy. But on the plus side, you're you.
I think
and that's the only way you could really be. Like that's the best outcome. Even if you were a rabbit before, and maybe you liked being a rabbit, or maybe but it wasn't you. It was different. And so, yeah. I mean, this is the best thing for you right now.
I guess. Almost makes me wish in a weird way that I'd never gotten my lost thing back, if that makes sense.
Well, if you want, we can like magically change you back into a rabbit, and then you're just a rabbit, and you haven't lost anything.
Maybe.
I'm sure there's a way to do that.
Maybe, but we'll have to wait and see. For now, I suspect if it was as long in there as it was out here, then we probably need to get going.
We got a cat now, by the way, as well.
Ah, we got the cat. Cool. Wait, what did we get for the cat?
Tanwen gave up. Well, she can tell you.
Oh, okay.
Tanwen did it. She was pretty
But
good.
we
I was
didn't
gonna
make
give up
any
stuff,
weird
but yeah.
deals or anything again.
I don't think so. I think we're just. I have to double check. I wasn't. I have to admit, I was sort of waiting for Solomon to come back because Solomon kind of just left, and then Nox showed up. So Nox has the cat. Anyway, let's get going. But just so you know, and I give him a hug. I'm glad you're you.
Yeah. I guess I am. Yeah. It's weird being taller than you.
We were almost the same height before, so now you can see
Yeah.
better.
Yeah. Well, let's head on out, I guess.
All right.
Oh.
I'll go first. I'll give them a bit of a warning. Just so they're prepared. Because they may
Xaxx
not
leaves
be
the
used.
room. Okay.
Okay.
So as you head down the stairs, Xaxx, and you're just about to follow along, Tarquin, you see April sort of tugging at your clothes and saying,
Yes?
Did you really mean that? What you said? You
Wait.
said you wish you hadn't found your lost thing.
In a weird way, yes. I was hoping that the true me would be either as fantastic or even more so, but instead I'm just a guy.
Well, remember me saying? That's why I wanted to steal stuff, was to make a game out of it, to draw somewhere interesting, or to have someone go on an adventure. I thought I
Yeah.
was having fun.
You were. This isn't anything that you've done. If anything, you gave me a time. You gave me the best 8 years and a bit of my life.
Really? So you see April's smile widen, a little bit teary in her big bulbous eyes.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
And after all, if it hadn't been for you, I might not have managed to meet my friends again, and we wouldn't have been able to go on this adventure, and I wouldn't have met you again either, so... And we're friends, right?
Yeah. She like does a full 360 around you.
Yeah. Alright, let's,
If you want, I could steal it. I could steal it back again.
Tempting. Is there... He sort of looks at the pocket watch for a moment and considers it. And he's just like, he turned the key to make me into me. What if I turn it the other way?
April seems confused. What are you talking about?
Don't worry about it for now. I'll consider the offer, but for now, if this is the truth, then I suppose I need to try to deal with the truth. At least for now.
Okay.
But thank you for the offer. Actually, no, not thank you. For the offer, you have my fond feelings towards that offer.
Also, what happened to Clapperclaw?
That is a good point.
Are you okay?
Let's try.
Bits of him on the floor.
Let's try putting him back together.
Okay, you piece him. All those pieces are there. The gourd doesn't need to be there though. You've got the stag's head now. The claws, the stuffing, and bear in mind he's got gold stuffing as well, like the gold threads that were turned into straw. Do you remember?
Yeah.
There's a big bag of that as well.
Wait, as in there's a bag of gold.
A bag of gold stuffing. It's the thread that Nib in his cave spun, and he said that you could use the gold thread as stuffing.
Yeah, so I will try to help with that. Like, just put him back together as much as possible to try to wake him up.
Sure. You put bits of him back together again, and you fit the stag's head firmly on his head, where you expect it to sort of be where he comes back, but there isn't any sign of life to him.
Hmm. Let's just
Just sort of
consider.
sits there.
He considers this for a moment, and it's just like, well then, if you're not going to move, I guess I'll just take this stag head with me.
There's no response.
Hmm.
I think I've actually got a picture of Clapperclaw with his. Yeah, here we go. What's the thing with his stag's head instead of his gourd?
Yeah.
There he is. Still sits there lifeless for a great deal of time, but no real response. Is he gonna be okay? April asks.
He may just need some additional straw, or he may just need some time. But I suppose I've got this bigger body now, so I will carry him with me, and we'll see.
Okay.
Hmm.
You take care of him.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll wake up eventually, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have just a quick look amongst the stuff on the floor that was him, because from memory he had like a few coins in his head that
That's
made the
right.
rattle. Are the
Correct.
coins there?
They were originally in the gourd, and then he transferred them over to the watermelon, right? Was it? I think it was a watermelon you guys used. So, yes, there's like a little puncture hole in the top, like a piggy bank, and you can hear the rattling of coins inside the watermelon.
Okay. So the coins are still in the watermelon, you're saying?
That's right, yeah.
I'm gonna try to take the coins out and place them inside the stag skull.
Yeah, you'd have to smash open the watermelon to do that if you want. You can, though.
Yes, I will. Using my dagger, I'll carve into the watermelon a bit to be able to reach inside, because obviously it's like a jack-o'-lantern, so there should be like almost like a thing to do that.
Yeah, you can open up the eyes perhaps a bit more and reach inside, and you grab. There are, a couple of coins.
I place them on the eyes of the skull, like traditional sort of,
Yeah.
and see if
The
anything
skull's
happens.
eye sockets are quite big, and as you try to balance them there for a moment, they just about fit. But then there's a slight jerk motion from Clavicle, and as it does, you see the coins fall into the skull and make that rattling sound again. And where is it? And as it does, you see the claws suddenly ring with snapping motions, and he suddenly jerks alive. You see golden thread sort of beginning to be rearranged in his arms and in his legs, and stepping up onto his feet. Claviclaw looks around and then looks back up at you, and then sort of goes, "Ah, wait, who are you?"
It's a good question. You can call me. I wonder if I should keep the same name. I'll get back to you on that. I am the human formerly known as Tarquin.
Oh, Pleased to meet you. I am the Scarecrow who was formerly human. Clapperclaw.
Ah, well, yeah. Well, let's go meet the rest of our buddies, and we can continue from there, I guess. Um, Glad to see you up and about. I honestly thought you may have been damaged beyond repair.
No, it just got really. I don't know. It got really messy in there, didn't it?
Yep, so messy. I apparently left my rabbit form behind.
Huh.
Not quite sure how that works.
Feels like I'm leaving behind something too. And he looks down at the watermelon. Well, bye bye, watermelon. He kind of picks it up, puts it on the frog's head.
Yeah, sorry I had to damage it. I had to get the coins out because it seems like they're intrinsically linked to you being alive.
That's okay. It was just a placeholder.
Yep,
I got my real skull back now.
Yep. Now, if you were a human before, then why do you have a stag skull? And not a human skull?
Because it looks metal AF, obviously.
I mean, yeah.
It's awesome. It's the most spectacular and wondrous skull I could find.
Yeah, it's
It
pretty.
made me feel like I could stand out.
Yeah.
What other scarecrows do you see with big skulls like that?
It's a good point.
I want a boring old vegetable on the top of my head
Yeah, I
forever.
once saw a turnip as a head. Wasn't very good.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't imagine an onion would be good though. That would smell.
No, it
And
might make the crows cry as well as scaring them off.
so as you're going back down through the cottage, I'm guessing Xaxx, did you want to play that out, or are you just going to say that you told
Oh
her?
yeah, I want to. Yeah, I'm gonna play it out to
Okay.
warn everybody.
So
Everybody, and I'm walking Widdershin's directions very specifically. Everybody, just so you know, Tarquin is he's pulling a Solomon Knox thing. He looks different. He's human now. And
Oh my god, what happened?
He's a girl?
no, he's well, no, he's a well, I don't know how he identifies. But
Does he look like a girl?
Was he cursed to look like a human? That poor boy.
no, I think what happened is that he was human before, and when his thing was taken or whatever, something happened and he was turned into the rabbit form. And so he's back to his actual form. He's back to his what he's normally would have looked like, which is a human. So just be prepared for that. He's wearing the same clothes and everything, and he sounds the same, and he remembers everybody, and remembers everything. He's
He had such a fluffy tail. I loved his little fluffy tail.
I think probably just also a heads up. Don't say how much you like the rabbit form better, because he's a little disappointed actually that that he's not a rabbit anymore. He said he kind of preferred if he didn't get his lost thing back. So
wait a minute. So you are saying that you both knew that he wasn't really a rabbit? Why am I the only one who didn't know?
I mean, I suspected because I thought there was some stuff like little hints and whatnot. But I didn't know for sure.
Okay, wow, we are really keeping secrets in this group. I'm so glad. I mean, that I know at least.
Can we go ahead and finish this conversation down in the rowboats, please?
Well, Tarquin's coming down, so let's get him together. Just
yes, if you could leave.
What his meat suit looks like.
Just know that he's not super thrilled about being a human again, and yeah, okay.
Bavlorna is kind of coughing and sneezing as you finish this little Widdershins slowly, and she's like, "Yes, if you could leave, I actually would rather you stop doing that as well, Xaxx. Just get out of my cottage.
I've got work to
Yeah.
do. And she picks
I'm
up the horn.
on my way out. I just have to go. I missed the
No.
door the last time, so I gotta go.
Damn it!
So,
She like plugs up
There
her
we go.
nose.
okay.
I've got work to
let's
be
go.
doing.
And with that, she snatches up the horn, walks into her workshop with it in hand, and then slams the door behind her. Get out! You hear muffled from behind the other side.
Okay,
Oh
wow,
shit! I
good.
forgot about Clapperclaw.
I'm here, Clapperclaw
Oh.
shouts. Do you like my new hat?
Oh, yeah,
Well,
it's
my old
metal
hat.
as fuck. It's awesome.
Thanks.
You got horns like me now too.
Hell yeah.
Your horns are bigger though.
Death to all but metal.
All right, let's go, everybody.
And walking down just behind him is, a humanoid form. About 19 years of age. A regular-looking human boy with Tarquin's outfit, though. So, still looking dressed for the occasion.
All right, where's the exit?
The exit's
But-
I thought-
here.
Where?
Yeah,
Oh, I
it's a
thought it
trapdoor.
was.
Oh,
I'm
it's there.
sorry. I
I
thought
went
it
the
was
wrong
the
way.
stairs
No,
that went
no, that's
down.
where you dealt with the wasps.
You're actually not
Oh,
wrong,
okay.
Tanwen. There is actually, in the module, a gap there. If you walk up those stairs, you actually fall down there into the stair gap, which you can fall through, which seems appropriate for Tanwen to just clumsily find the loose floorboard and fall down.
Oh, okay. I'll swim to the rowboat.
Probably don't want to be on the water for too long.
Okay. And with that, you guys hear the sounds of like sawing and snapping of bone as you leave the cottage. You hear like the sound of nails rolling across the ground, or like some sort of tools are being operated on. But that's it. You see April probably let you out through the trapdoor. She gives a little wave and says bye, but come back soon if you want to make any more deals. And she shuts the trapdoor, and you're back into Downfall.
Well, welcome back, friend Tarquin. I'm glad to see you in your old self again. I'm sure you are very happy. I hope you're happy.
Yeah, that's probably what should be the case. Yeah. Yep, let's go with that.
This is, of course, the self of you that I know best. Everything is totally normal and good.
Yep.
Oh,
So do we still call you Tarquin or Tarquin 2?
I'm actually thinking on that at the moment. I haven't quite come to a decision.
I mean, if for me, you are still Tarquin, whether or not you have fuzzy ears. You are still the monarch of the Witchlight, the brains of the operation, the trickster.
True. But with a change in form, I'm almost feeling like a change in name would be appropriate, but I've not quite worked out yet.
If we run into anybody again, are they going to recognize you as the king of the Witchlight Carnival because you look so very different now? If you change your name and your appearance, people might not believe when you tell them who you are.
A king is only a king as long as he has his crown. Whether I have my name or not, I will forever be the clown.
The clown or the crown?
The clown in that case. Yep, I'm a clown. I'm a clown wearing a crown.
Maybe you can think about if you want a new name or not, and it's perfectly fine either way. But maybe you can think about that. We need to go give Octavian his heart back. Nox has it, and I think the flute player dude would really like that.
And the sooner we are away from here, probably the better, because Pavlana might realize I didn't quite tell her the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So let's get out of here.
So help you, the moon god that I don't know the name of.
Yeah. So, Tarquin, I hope you're not mad at me after you did all that work to turn the dragon horn into such a beautiful hunting horn, but I traded it to her for our cat because I didn't want Knox to be heartbroken.
Hmm. A trinket carved by the hand has a lot of value, but a living creature or reliving creature's freedom and the happiness of a friend is of much greater value.
Okay, good. I thought you'd think that way, but I did want to apologize if it upset you after you did all that work.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, if we slay another dragon, I can always make you another.
Deal.
If you look at it one way, it is
Deal.
because you put all that work in that it was worth so much.
Exactly.
That it was worth the life of a friend.
Yep.
You know, not bad for a craftsman.
Yep.
Okay, where to, gang? We need to deliver this to the elf.
Yeah, let's go do that. Do we want to update everybody at Volkswagen to let them know that we're out of the cabin successfully?
Ah, yes, of course.
Mhm.
So yeah, you let Morgort, Squirt, and Soapig know. Did you say hi? Did you say hi to April for me?
We did. She said hi back.
Yeah, cool. Hey, who's that?
We're
Oh,
not
Tarquin?
that's
quite sure.
Clapperclaw.
Oh, and that.
That's Nox.
Okay, I know who those are. I meant the boy.
Ah, that is name to be determined.
Yeah, and don't talk about his missing fuzzy tail and his long, wonderful ears.
He is a
Oh,
friend.
yeah.
You remember Tarquin? It is the same one, just a little bit different.
Yeah, he's pulling a Solomon Nox Helia.
There you go.
Oh,
You know,
well, that's
some
different. Soap fixes, but sure. She just seems to be a little bit confused by the whole ordeal. She shrugs. I see Xaxx and Nox have gone over towards the mushroom patch, where, sure enough, you hear the distant sounds of melancholy flute playing, and behind one of the large blue toadstools is the elf, with the double flute, and smoky illusions pouring out of the ends, turning into images that he portrays.
Nox, yeah, I think I'll let you do this one because I think this is your sort of thing.
Hello, friend. It's been a while.
Ah,
Wow.
Been a while.
you return. Welcome back. Wait, I
How
can
you
sense
been?
it. I've been cold. Very cold.
Oh, that's not good. Well, you will be pleased to know I have a present for you.
You found it?
I did indeed. Well, not just me, my friends.
You've done me more than just a service. You've saved me from my sorrows. Now I can
It's
finally
what
remember.
Solomon wanted, so we just pursued like getting your heart for you.
But it was actually my sorrows that got me into this predicament. I thought removing the memories would take the pain away, but it just left me feeling empty. Remember that even the most painful memories, they are what make you who you are. They
That
will make
is
you. They'll make you
is
grateful for the good memories.
that is incredibly deep. Like, she just like pulls his heart out of her satchel and presents it toward him, like for him to take.
He stands up, uh, puts
Yeah,
the
yeah.
loot.
Do we need to perform surgery?
I'm not quite sure. This was a
I have a skinning
magical.
knife.
I believed it was some sort of spell. And you've still got it in your hand, and it is still beating, by the way, Nux, in your hand. Like, there's
Ew,
a
this is
pumping
creepy.
sensation to it. This is going to be tricky. How does one return their heart?
Xaxx, have you got any idea? You're a cleric.
Yeah, sure. I got plenty of ideas. I could cut you open I have this knife, and I could cut you open and put the heart in and then like stitch it all together and then stitch you back up, and maybe that would work. But yeah, that's one way. That's option A.
Yeah, perhaps.
Uh
Seems,
Option B is
seems
to
to
use
display no
magic.
emotion. Go on.
Actually,
Option 2, I could punch a hole in your chest and just with the heart in and just hope that works.
Wow, that got violent really quick.
He
I
seems to
have
display like no anger or shock at the idea of doing that. Just
One
seemingly nodding.
punch.
I mean, it might
well,
work. It might.
you're Octavian, you're cursed, right?
I feel as though it is a curse, losing one's emotion. Yeah.
Okay. Let's
Music.
try this. Let's try this. I'm gonna put the heart. Octavian, lie down, just for gravity's sake.
Okay.
All right. And then I'm gonna put the heart on top of you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then I need you to lie still. And I'm gonna. Okay. Anybody who's here, want to grab my hand? We gotta.
Wait,
We're gonna.
Zach, are you going to do something violent? Because I was going to say maybe
No, not violent.
he could
Not violent.
play his flute. Music soothes the savage beast, and perhaps that will be enough magic to magic it back to where it belongs.
Well, if this doesn't work, we can try it.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna put my hand on top of the heart and like uh create warmth. Uh, yeah, on top of Octavian with my hand.
As you create just even a little bit of warmth, his eyes kind of shoot open. He does, for the first time, perhaps display an emotion, and that is of kind of like shock.
Yes,
Right.
Oh,
boy.
worry not.
Are we?
I am not in pain. Just I have not felt that warm sensation for a long time. It truly is my heart.
All right. Ready?
I am
And a
ready.
1, and a 2, and a 1, 2, 3. Remove curse.
All right. Yeah. How does this look to the rest of the party? What do they see when you
Uh,
cast the spell?
I
So
think
is that the chant? Is remove curse? Is the words of the spell that you use?
it's yeah. The chant is and a 1 and a 2 and a 1, 2, 3. Remove curse. That's the ritual I do.
Nice.
It's a verbal component.
Beautiful rhyme.
It does have verbal and semantic components. So
There it is.
yeah. So I think it's going to not be anything sort of terribly spectacular. I think I'm trying to match the emotion and sort of slowly bring the heart and the person together.
Right.
And so it's going to be a wave of like violet purple sort of dark that sort of shimmies around him and encompasses him, and sort of tries to do like what Nox and Solomon do with a cocoon to sort of meld them back together, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay. As you're casting this spell, you feel you're not just placing something that was lost back in there, but you truly are removing something as per the spell. There is a second heart, one that has the taint of Bavlorna's touch about it. You can smell the kind of stagnant water fill your nostrils suddenly. And this heart, it not only doesn't belong in Octavian, but it feels like it doesn't even belong in an elf, let alone a human. This heart feels strange, different somehow. Maybe slightly smaller than a human heart, but as you're picturing that in your mind, you almost have that sensation to swap the two of them. But you do so, like you say, gradually, and with that kind of shade of color shifting, where the cold blue of the heart takes on a more purplish turquoise color before finally returning to a rich red. And as that happens, you see it slowly sink beneath his skin, and the other heart, the alien one, is ejected and removed out. And you're left standing there, Xaxx, holding the heart where you were placing your hand over the other one. Now you've got your hand on this other heart.
Oh,
Alien
maybe it
and
didn't work.
foreign.
Maybe it didn't work.
I feel alive.
Oh.
Ah,
Oh.
I feel warmth. My goodness, he suddenly tears up. I feel sad, but I feel happy at the same time. Oh my, the emotions are flooding back. Oh my, the past loved ones I tried to forget. Oh my, these are a lot of emotions to take on. Forgive me, there's an overwhelming sense. Even as gradually as you did it, feels as though as I woke up, I opened my eyes and it's all there. Every memory. Oh, what am I doing? And he seems to be looking at his flute, and he says, calls for a much more celebratory like song. Please allow me. And he
Oh,
seems to spring to
by
his
all
feet.
means, go ahead. And I'm looking around trying to figure out what to do with this other heart that I'm holding. So
Yeah, just awkwardly standing there with a heart. Yeah, he immediately starts playing a much more festive sounding song to get the mood going. See.
Is the other heart like is it icy or is it bleeding? Like is it icy crystal heart?
I'm not.
I would say
reacting
it
this game.
has definitely got blood over it, and Xaxx is probably getting a bit smeared with it.
Yeah,
But it's
okay.
not cold. No, I mean, if you
blood is
wanted to try and
warm, guys.
recognize what it is, it would probably be a medicine check to figure out what this belongs to.
All right, I'll do a medicine check. I'll just lick it a little bit and see if I
Sure.
can taste what kind of being this belongs to.
Would identify give me any indication of what it would be?
You could also cast Identify. You'd get different information based on a magical quality.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I just
Xaxx,
see.
maybe
I'm
it's
pretty
your.
good. I'm pretty good.
It might be less. It might be less medicine, Xaxx, and more to do with your vast culinary knowledge of mixing weird ingredients together. But somehow you recognize that this is actually a goat's heart, not a human heart.
Oh. Hey guys, we can eat this.
As soon as he says that, you identify that there is some sort of spell that will activate upon consuming the heart. There's literally, I'm even kidding. If you eat the heart in full, you gain the benefits of the
of a
magic
goat.
within it.
All the powers of a goat.
Uh,
I mean, it is going to do something to you, Xaxx. I can't quite tell, but you know, if you're willing to risk it, we will watch your back. I don't want to try, thank you, but
Alright, okay, so the magic. What would the magic be though? Like, if I eat the
Abjuration.
heart, would I turn into? Would I lose my emotion? Because that wouldn't be good.
Okay. I'll tell you exactly what it does because you cast Identify. I'll whisper it to you, just so you can say it. There you go.
Ooh. Okay, so I mean, it seems like what it would do would give you the endurance and toughness of a goat. And goats, practically impossible to kill. They don't fall off anything. They can eat anything. Pretty strong protection thing, I would guess.
Sounds good to me. I eat the heart.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What? You would also know that's temporary. You'd want to have it before a
Oh,
big effect. All right, I'll tell you what. You bite into it rather than eat the whole thing because it'd take more than a few bites. And as soon as you do,
I don't know how
like,
long it would last though. So maybe
Yeah.
maybe it doesn't last forever.
oh my god, did it just do something to you? I just dragged it onto your sheet. I just saw something come up. Oh god, it has. It actually has worked. That's incredible. Okay, if you go to your effects, you feel as though nothing can harm you. like there's a.
Oh my god, damage resistance. I have a lot of damage
Yeah, that's
resistance
giving you a
here.
lot of damage resistances. Damn.
Suddenly, you don't feel the
Goats are
cold, but nor do
tough,
you feel the
tough
heat.
mothers.
You have damage resistance to pretty much everything.
You
Even
can't see the
psychic.
details of it though.
If you go
Well-
onto your attributes on your damage resistances, you'll actually see them all. You have damage resistance to everything.
Oh, force, acid, bludgeoning, cold, fire, lightning, necrotic, piercing. Oh my god, this is awesome.
Now, be careful. One
That's,
thing with goats is that they have a very fast metabolism, so any effects would be very temporary, perhaps a minute or so. After that, you would need to eat more heart. Goats are always eating. This is why.
What do I? So I take a bite and then I get this for a minute and then I still have some left, or is it like eat the
You would
whole rest of it?
You would need to eat at least half, and you would get a minute. I would guess.
Okay, so 1 heart equals 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think so. Right, DM?
So as quickly as that sensation arrived, Xaxx, is as quickly as it disperses. Effectively, like you got 6 seconds of just one singular bite. But yes, if you deduce that you can eat the whole heart, I think it says if you at least half of the heart,
At least
you
half,
have
yeah.
resistance for 1 minute. So you could eat it. You could eat it in 2 halves, or you could, if you really wanted to, eat the whole thing and gain 2 minutes. But it says at least half the heart to gain 1 minute of resistance.
Oh man, this is real cool. But I apologize for being impatient here. Would anybody like the heart to use for themselves?
I think if
Or-
anybody has earned it, it is you,
Yeah.
my friend.
I agree. I think
I
it's you.
didn't earn it. I think Nox, do you want the heart?
Well,
I'm a vegetarian, so I'd rather not.
perhaps I can offer you something else, Nox.
Oh yeah,
This-
maybe you guys Nox something else. Yeah.
You've piqued my interest.
This flute of mine it's held me, kept me occupied this whole time whilst I've been playing my sad songs, trying to remember what I had lost. But I feel so alive. I feel like I want to try new things, new prospects, explore, maybe go back home, see if I can meet that person who I so tragically fell out with. In any case, Nox, if you would, I would like to show my appreciation and extend my flute as a sign of reciprocity.
I will gladly accept your flute. I think Solomon would appreciate it as well.
Then it is yours.
Thank
I'm
you,
going to.
Octavian.
Excuse me? We don't say that here. It's a good job I'm an
Oh,
elf, not full fae. But
I totally forgot about that.
how dare you?
Don't say thank you.
How you repay me? No, it is it's fine. I am accustomed with the material planes vocabulary.
I
I might actually
appreciate
return
you.
there. I am a wood elf from a distant plane. I'm not from here, but yes, this is yours now, and I'll drag the pipes onto your feet if I can find them. Pipe? No. Smoke? No. I'll find them. Don't worry about me. I'll do it in the background. You can continue. Oh, and yes, if you want to keep the heart, that's yours. I have new use for it. I got a new ticker.
Isn't it more of an old ticker at this point, but new
That's
but old, but new
true.
but it's
I got my ticker back.
yes. It's the
I had
right
no
This
idea it
one's
was a
this
ghost
one's
heart.
slightly damaged.
Slightly damaged. Oh yes, you took a bite. Well, it still looks good for another meal.
Right. If he took a bite and you have to eat at least half of it in order for the effects to take place, does that mean there's only one use left? Because he'll eat half of it and then there'll be less than half of it left?
You might be able to get a minute from one bite, and then maybe 46. Oh, sorry, 54 seconds from the next
Okay.
one.
Okay. I
Yeah.
was just curious, Xaxx and Rodolfo. I don't know how magic works at all.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Says
Nox is
one
right.
of the
Maybe I
people who
can make
has
it.
magic.
Maybe I can fry it with some mushrooms and make it into like. Oh, I can make it into like heart burgers. And then when it's time to eat, and then it's like, oh, I'll just eat one of these burgers, and bam,
Make
resistance
yourself
to
some little
everything.
sliders.
I mean,
Ah,
Rodolfo,
maybe you
when
can
he
add a
tells
little
us,
bit of artichoke hearts, just
yeah,
oh, yeah.
like
It'll be
happiness.
a heart on heart on heart burger in the shape of a heart.
yeah,
Yeah.
when he tells us he's feeding his heart in the future, would you please remind me to clarify that that's stag
Yeah,
and
yeah,
not actual heart? Okay, thank you.
yeah. It's fine. I'm sure we will be used to Xaxx eating strange things. We know this is not disgusting.
Hey,
This is perfectly in line.
will the new guy be able to eat what you and I eat, Rodolfo? The
What
new
little
old
guy?
The new, we're not supposed to call him Tarquin. He looks
Oh,
human, but
oh,
I
you
don't
mean
know. I
the
mean,
monarch? I
yeah,
would
I
think
mean,
he eats what he always ate.
maybe that's what we can
Oh,
call him. We can call him King if he doesn't.
God,
I mean,
what did you just do
my
there?
liege.
Did you just eat the heart? I saw your damage resistance go away. Oh
No,
no, it's
I
because it
didn't eat
lasts
it.
a minute. I don't know. Maybe it's a
Th-
real time minute.
This is well, I'm just trying to change something on it so it's not like a million things in there and it can be easily toggled off. So
I
Yeah,
still have all
yeah,
the damage resistances on my sheet, so
oh,
it hasn't
actually, I
gone
just
away.
found an easier way to do this. There's literally
probably
a
is.
trait damage resistance. Oh,
That would be great. I only just threw that thing together, and I didn't quite know how to make the automation work. But what is going on? Good lord! I see it flashing off and on. Oh, I see you're deleting one more. Okay, I'll let you handle that.
Immune,
Octavian
Xaxx
is
immune to everything. That's all it is. All it is. It's just immune to everything for the rest of eternity. Sorry, this is a solo campaign now, guys.
it was perfect that you, being the person who eats the most random things, happens to get the item that you actually have to eat and have no qualms about it or no worries. I'm guessing other party members would be like, "Oh god, I'm not eating that. Like, can we just give it to an NPC?" But no, You're loving this.
Secretly, Xaxx is like, hey, I guess I can eat rabbits now again.
God.
Of course, that's what you're thinking.
You're not going to offend anyone.
Give
I
me one of
mean-
those talking mushrooms, and I'm good.
You don't think he
Octavian-
might still be a little bit offended if you start all of a sudden eating? You know what? It's none of my business. Who am I to say what is offensive?
Well,
Do what
my
your heart
friend,
tells you.
I feel like I'm about ready to leave this little murky patch behind me. Start out on a new venture. Where to go? Sights to see. What lost loves to rekindle.
I mean,
I,
you could come with us and help us take down the witch. Do you have it? How you good at fighting or sneaking or stealing? Or...
I'm more of a
Sounds like
lover
there's
than a
some-
fighter.
It sounds like there's somebody at home he needs to find and
Yes.
rekindle his relationship with.
Well, if you're not a fighter, I suppose it's just as well.
He's not really equipped with
Yes.
any weapons. I'm more an entertainer.
Ah, well, you know, it was a thought. I thought maybe getting your
Right.
heart back would be worth something to you, but that's quite all right. Sometimes it's good to do things pro bono. It's good for the reputation of Dragon Incorporated.
Well,
Yes,
he
I see
did
you've
give
recruited
Nox-
quite a band.
Yeah, he did
Yeah,
give
we
Nox
have
the
like
flute
45
and
spots open now,
Xaxx
so.
the dragon heart.
Hmm.
It wasn't really a gift so much as a, absorbing the refuse. But I understand your point.
Well, you have my deepest appreciation from the bottom of my heart. Now, where to go?
Left.
Left it is. And he starts springboarding off the boards, skipping away. You've made a wood elf a very happy man.
Octavian.
Farewell. I hope you find your lost thing too soon. And Octavian runs off into the distance. Another quest complete. Another new couple of magic items awarded. Yeah. Sounds like you finished your business here.
Before we get back into the Volkswagen, can I talk to not Tarquin for just a second?
Sure.
Okay, I'd like to talk to you off to the side, so we're going to walk off to the side for a moment. Okay, look, I know we're in the land of fairy tales, and I know how fairy tales go. I am not a wife. So, however the fairy tale is going in the future, it is not ending up with me being some meek little submissive wife to you. So, I just wanted to let you know now that you're a human, it ain't happening.
Sure. I didn't
Okay.
realize that was even an option.
Well, I just wanted to say that. I mean, Rodolfo's a married man. I never had to worry about Rodolfo. And of course, Xaxx is dragonborn. And Nox and Solomon are Nox and Solomon. But I know what happens when two teenagers are put in the same story together. And I've got other things to do with my life. I just wanted you to know that. I am not
Yep,
going to stay at home and have little babies.
that is fine.
Okay, now that we've cleared that up, we can go on with our quest.
Yep. Okay.
So
Oh.
Tanwen gets back to the Volkswagen looking slightly pissed, and I guess Tarquin looks confused.
Yes, very much so.
Everything all right, Tanwin? He
Yes,
didn't say anything
everything.
to upset you?
No. I just wanted to clear something up now that we're both human. So, but thank you for asking. You've always been a friend and almost a father figure to me, so I appreciate that so very much.
Well, of course. And he gives a little bow. At your service. Come along. We should. Yes, we should get going.
Mhm. So you hear from the Volkswagen, Juniper lets out a little hoot, and then followed by Squirt, who's sounding off and going, "Okay, so you want to go to Yon? Yes?
Yep.
Yes.
Well, we're also going left. How do you get this thing to move? I've oiled it up." And you see Squirt definitely kind of greased
this
up the gears.
the Volkswagen?
Yeah, I've oiled
Oh.
it up for us.
Oh, I will drive if you can navigate. Just points away.
That way. And he lets out a squirt of oil and just lands on the swampy ground. Oh, shouldn't waste that. Okay.
Alright, let's get going. On to the next part of our phase of adventure stuff.
Yeah. Whereas one cat has been sent home, you've acquired a new one. You sent Star home, and now you've got... Yeah.
If anybody has any like barbecue tools or anything, let me know. I got some ideas I'm working on.
There is a cauldron over there.
Yeah, the cauldron would be like more for like a stew or something like that. I have different stuff in mind.
Oh.
Need an open flame. So let's get out of here first. I don't want to stay here any longer than we actually have to.
You know, we just need sticks. You know, kebabs.
I could do a kebab. Yeah. Kebab would work. That would okay. I have an idea. Maybe when we set up camp tonight, I can do this.
Yeah.
Take it back to...
I
River.
I think I've set up the goat heart correctly. It should now be an on-use item, and should then toggle on the effect for 60 seconds, and then toggle it off, and it should give you all the damage resistances.
Okay.
Awesome.
Damageresistant.all gives you put even more into the list, because it was also like non-magical, physical, magical, and stuff. And I'm just like, nope, not having all of that as well. That just confuses things.
Oops.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, so you should just be able to click the dice symbol and it should work, I think.
My consumables list is interesting. It's tea, heart, toad, dust of dryness.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the dust of dryness from Gloam. Got like a little Pez
Yeah, and
dispenser.
I've been waiting to be able to use it, but I haven't had a good opportunity really.
Mm.
Right.
Well, you're leaving the very wet place behind now as you approach the misty mountains of Yon. You see the bullywugs have given you a little farewell. They seem to be nosy as ever, wondering why you guys have returned, and they seem to be waving in their little rowboats as you continue on your little journey downstream. This stream winds and twists its way back and forth before you see the remnants of, again, the Queen's Way, which is that large stone causeway that leads all the way into the distance. And this is a different one, though. Seems like another bridge was set up, and they both converge on the same sort of mist-shrouded, distant mountain.
So I've gotten my thoughts all tangled up. I probably need to brush my hair and take a short break. But is this leading up to that castle that we're supposed to go to? Or is this on its way to Yon? Guys, I don't remember which way this is supposed to take us. Can y'all explain it to me again?
I
Right.
thought we were going to Yon.
Yes,
Okay.
we are heading to Yon, to the mountaintop theatre, to recover the last lost items, and if stories go as stories go, I assume find our guide to take us to the palace.
Okay, I just didn't know if we had to have the alicorn horn before we got to Yon or not.
No, we need the horn before we get to the palace.
But the horn
Yeah,
is in Yon somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that not correct?
I think we're gonna find it in Yon, and then
Yeah.
that'll be our key. Maybe the horn is gonna be our guide to the palace.
Possibly. But yes, I believe that was being handled by some bird-like creatures, which we sent an assassin to at least kill some of them. Whether he succeeded or not, I don't really care, but, you know, if he even took out one or two of them, it makes things easier.
You talking about the Periton?
Yeah, those things.
Ooh. I'll be impressed if someone can kill one of them. They're on the highest
Challenge
peak.
accepted.
They're pretty strong, too. No one messes with the Periton.
Well, maybe we won't have to fight them.
Not much is known about them. But,
Tarquin,
pretty territorial.
I don't know if you remember the last few days of our lives, but we end up fighting everything.
Not really. I mean, I did no fighting whatsoever when we were in Loomlurch.
Well, you kind of fought the chair, didn't you? From what y'all were telling
No.
us.
No, not really. I
No, that
pretended
was-
to fight the chair to make it seem like certain things had happened when they hadn't. I just sat there and drank some tea and had my back scratched. It was great. Yes. But, yes. It's in the mountains, these Peritons, right? So is that on the way to Yon? Is that in Yon? I mean, Yon's all mountains, right?
If you thought thither was hard to navigate, well, wait till you get to Yon. It's a twisting canyon of mountains, most lead to dead ends. Others almost impossible to scale. Well, I know the way through to get to Yon, but once we're there, it's kind of on your own in terms of trying to get to places.
That's fair. That's fair.
We may want to skirt the edges of the mountains until we decide exactly where we need to go, and then take the path into the mountain range. By skirting the edges, even if we're going a little bit longer, it may be an easier route.
Oh, okay. Sure. I'll take you to the edges. I was going to take you through the canyon, but we can go to the edge.
Well, this is just a suggestion, not an order. I'm just trying to promote dialogue with everybody.
I mean, it's certainly an option. I mean, if I still have my jumping capabilities as good, then I could.
I could fly up. I have a flying ability. You guys saw that, right?
Yeah.
I could fly up, and I could see if I can find our way or find something that we're looking for. As long as I know what we're looking for, because I can't fly for very long, and then maybe I can help guide us that way.
Well, we're looking for a theater. What's the theater called, Soapig? I think you said what it was called.
Motherhorn.
Okay.
Motherhorn?
We're
The
looking
Motherhorn Theater.
That's a huge hint.
Is it?
Horn. There's a horn. We're looking for a horn. It has the word horn. There's Mother and they're all sisters.
Unless.
Ever.
I mean, there is the.
Well, are you
old...
saying Motherhorn or Matterhorn?
Motherhorn. I don't know what a Matterhorn is. That seems like a made-up word.
I mean, in terms of the using the term mother, there is the tradition of the three hags, the maiden, the mother, and the other one, otherwise known as the crone. So maybe it's linked to that.
So she's the mother, and then which one's the maiden? Bavlorna's the maiden?
I, I would
Because
guess Bav.
Scabatho is a bit of a crone.
I don't know. I don't know what would work in that way. I would say
Or, well, I mean, there was also...
Scabatha's probably the closest to the maiden because they've got like the whole childlike thing. Maybe.
I mean, there was also in the portraits, there was that other one, and then the other young one. Maybe that's the mother and the maiden, and these three are all the crones.
Maybe. But we'll have to. That might just be an old tale that is not relevant in this case, but yeah.
I mean, tales have been kind of relevant to story tales have been relevant to us for while we were here, so never know.
I mean, there is also more than one type of trio of women from stories. Maiden, Mother, and Crone. I don't think applies to this one. But the Fates, the Furies, that is,
True.
Judgment, death, and life, death, and judgment, or past, present, future.
Do another one.
I mean, morning, night, and dawn. Another
I mean,
three.
that's easy because they've like that's the times of day we've been in. So that's
Yes.
kind of, yeah.
So
Wait, is it nighttime, DM? Is it nighttime in Yon?
It has
Like-
got rather dark and cloudy in the length of time you've been traveling. You went through an archway under the causeway, and it's almost like going under that archway. You've entered into the shadow of it, and it hasn't got lighter on the other side either. It's only got darker, like you're stepping into a shadow of the mountain now. And as you look up
Everybody,
into the sky, it's very stormy.
oh, it's a dark and stormy night. Everybody, get ready. Bam! You can see. Eyes of night.
Eyes of
Thank
night.
you.
Yeah, that definitely helps. You see a little bit further beyond, and now you can make out mountain shapes, and there are distant flashes of light, and the rolling thunder definitely reaches your ears at this point. And Squirt speaks up again and goes, "All right, before we start climbing, and by climbing I mean ascending. We're not actually going to climb. That would be very dangerous. We got to make a decision. Do you want to go to the outskirts and work your way around? Or do you want to go in to the canyons and the maze-like mountains?
Well, does going in get us closer to this theater?
Um,
Or do we still not know that? Because if we don't know that, I suggest we stop for the night, set up camp, and in the morning see if we can find somebody who can give us directions.
Well, if we're gonna stop for the night anyway, maybe let me just fly up and see what I can see.
Okay, see if you can find an inn. That would probably be helpful if we had somewhere we could stop for the night.
I still have, yeah, I do have a gem plate. Yeah, I can see, I can see if I can find the space, either if I can see the theater, or maybe I can see a place where we can sort of camp out and not be in the storm.
Well, if we can find an inn, we can at least ask directions.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Give me a second here. All right, ready? And I'm gonna use my gem flight ability to have the spectral-ish wings sort of come out, and they don't look this time quite as translucent as they did before. They look more natural. I'm trying to work on some image things, and they look more natural than they did before. And rather than like jetpack type things, they're actually going to flap as I fly up. I'm going to go straight up.
All right. I better take you over to Yon then.
That
And as
looks like
you're
so much fun. Don't you all kind of wish you could fly too? Well, not in this rain, but because I wouldn't want the hair in my face, but that really does look like fun.
I mean, I can sometimes fly.
That's true.
It is fun. Maybe if you get enough of your insect friends, they can carry you in the air.
You know, that is I that is a possibility. I've been experimenting with this kind of thing more and more. So yeah, I mean it is a possibility. And it really would be cool. Can you still fly? I mean, do you know that you still have all your monarch powers?
I have no idea at the moment. I'm gonna assume yes until I find out otherwise. And
Okay.
I'm just gonna light my hand on fire to make sure that still works.
Yep, it does. Your powers of magic are still there, it seems.
Okay.
Yeah. No reason why they wouldn't be. That is an interesting thing, though. You think that you feel so mundane that you don't have any magic, but feels like there is still magic.
Okay, I can still do my dragony things. That's good.
Yeah. So, all right. What did you, as you're loading onto the map, did you give me a perception check?
No, I can do that though.
Okay, chill.
Because I specifically knew that I was going to be trying to look for stuff, I will give myself guidance ahead of time.
Yep, no problem. Anytime, so
Oh,
the thing with that, anytime, this should be for any DM really. Anytime someone asks for a perception check, it should be that you are actively looking, because if you wasn't, well, that's what passive perception's for, and that's what I would use in the case of judging if you could see something or not. And in that respect, you wouldn't be able to add guidance. But yeah, whenever I ask for a perception check, don't worry, you've got every right to use guidance. Okay, so for the 13. As you fly up, it's Xaxx, welcome to Yon. I just remembered my notes. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, you got it. Am I gonna hit you with lightning or something? Probably.
You guessed it. You fly
Yep.
up and immediately are struck by 14 points of lightning damage as a bolt surges from the sky and strikes you down. And
If only I was resistant to this.
your scales are soaked wet as the resulting downpour of rain pushes you further and further. As you're trying to flap up higher, it seems as though you're only wrestling with the winds. As best you get with a 13 is you see that the path ahead of you winds between rocks and crags on the mountainside. The sky is dark and full of roiling thunderclouds. That howling wind that greets you pushes you back down, and for a second, the lightning that split the sky didn't just strike the nearby mountaintops. It almost felt like it changed direction mid-flight and went straight for you, like it's gunning you out of the air. But in that moment, it does illuminate distant pinnacles of rock that definitely have foreboding shapes and angles carved out of them. Like they don't just look like regular mountaintops. There's like actually shaped to them. Like just where you make out like a distant, almost crescent-shaped one. One's more like spiky. Another one looks like a chimney. But there's all kinds of images that flash before you are literally struck down by Thor himself.
Do I get any kind of a sense of where those are on the map? Like, could I direction-wise or anything?
So I'll just start revealing a little bit. Distant map. Out of the way. Okay. So you're actually down here, Okay. You can see the little river of hither, and so there you go, about this much visible.
Really cool lightning effects, by the way.
Yeah, you see them. They're very subtle, but they're there. Okay, so I'll give you like a spattering of vision that you spot just in the distance.
From a distance.
Like this, for example. That's the kind of like almost crescent-shaped moon mountainside.
Okay.
Okay. This is the kind of like strange chimney-like tower. I think that's, and I'll say you even see the one way off in the distance, like at the very, very back there. Not even, it's completely almost shrouded by mist, but it seems to rise up out of it. And yeah, you can see the moon shape about it.
Okay.
But you didn't see much, if I'm honest. You just saw like a couple of dots, and you're not even sure if they're real landmarks or not. Like,
Yeah.
maybe again tomorrow,
Alright,
but
well,
for now it
yeah,
seems.
no, I'll drop down. That hurt. I can't take another one of those lightning strikes. I'll drop down. Sorry guys, it's the storm and everything. It's just a lot. I couldn't see anything.
Oh,
I
I'm
also
sorry
got
you
hit by
got
lightning.
hurt. That's horrible. I am so
Yeah.
sorry.
What happens? Risk and reward, right?
Yeah. Did you see anywhere for us to pull off in this storm? Maybe somewhere that's a little
Honestly,
bit more sheltered?
I didn't, but I have something for that anyway. I have an
What do you
idea that
mean
can
you
help out
have
with that
something
anyway.
for that?
I have a thing.
What?
Don't worry
Okay.
about it. Hey,
This thing
don't
we've never
worry
seen
about it.
before?
A thing you've never seen before.
Uh-huh.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Thunderbolt
I
and
have lots
lightning,
of
very,
things you
very
haven't seen before.
exciting me.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about there.
No,
Just let me go, okay?
Yeah.
Really?
All right, let's continue on until we gotta pack it up for the night, and then we'll do our thing.
Yeah, there were those arches ahead of us. Maybe we could camp under the arches to get a little bit of relief from the rain.
That could help.
It's a little relief from the lightning I think I'm more concerned about, but you know. Yes, it's a good idea.
Well, I just don't want.
Safer?
It survived this long. I doubt it's gonna fall down anytime soon.
Yeah, and we need to get Juniper out of the rain. I mean, really, I mean,
Nobody
poor
wants wet
Juniper.
feathers.
Yeah.
All right then. So you make your way towards the archway.
Contest. I should have summoned Juniper.
Yes, I got Juniper.
You didn't get all the carnival cards.
You forgot.
Yep.
There are too many carnival cards. Nobody can remember all of our NPCs at once. It's too much for
Not
any
too many
human.
when you go over 53. So you can make your way to the archway, no problem. It is very misty down here, and you're still feeling a kind of a cross between the spongier, swampy ground under here. You've not climbed up and into the craggy mountainside yet, so the floor's uncomfortable. It's wet still, but
Okay.
you are out of the rain.
Can I use my wanderer skill to find us a good campsite?
You can attempt to, yeah. I'll say if you want to make something like a survival check. And I'm going to say
Okay.
disadvantage purely because of how harsh and unforgiving this kind of land really is, and
Okay.
given the current weather effects.
Well, at least it would be a try. Survival?
Mm-hmm.
Can I guidance her?
You can.
I'll help her out by going, look over there. What is that?
Yeah, give you another D4.
Okay.
Is it the
And
thing?
roll.
Look, that might
Yep.
be a.
17.
So a
Oh,
17 or a 23?
so 17 as it's with disadvantage. So what you do spot, there is where this causeway meets the mountainside, right at the very bottom, there is actually an opening, a very small cave that you just catch eye of when there's a flash of lightning and it illuminates the interior. At first, it just looked like a cave, but this looks more like a tunnel. Like it may actually even lead somewhere, but it's definitely further out of the rain, and it won't be soaking wet on the floor. And if you find a way to maybe make camp, you may be out of prying eyes. Who knows?
Guys, there's this tunnel over here. I know tunnels can be really bad news,
Hmm.
but I think if we can get everybody, including Volkswagen, out of the rain, it may actually help everybody to be dry for a night.
Sounds good to me.
All right. So you head towards it.
Yeah. And since Xaxx casted Eyes of Night on me, I will, and I found the tunnel, I'll be the first to go in and to look around, go a little bit deeper and make sure that it's not currently inhabited, at least immediately up front.
Okay. You can.
I'm gonna go with her, but I'm gonna investigate specifically for any signs of wildlife. So either scratch marks or scat or bones or remains or anything like that. I'm looking for bears, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what the ranger should be looking for. You might want to look for magical traps and,
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
do a detect magic and see if there's any.
Detect magic.
Yeah. If there's any magic around, laying around.
Yep,
loosely.
okay. We'll trade rolls.
I'm going to do a really quick vigilant blessing on Tanwen so that she has advantage on any initiative rolls she makes.
Okay,
Nice.
thank you.
All right. So there's perhaps some signs of things. Let's give you guys either perception checks or survival checks.
Okay.
Which?
Ooh.
I think it's the same for me. Oh, wonderful.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
No, I can't see shit in here.
So
You need a
Well,
perception check from me.
you can.
Yeah.
Well, 24 as well. Though that you can't see anything, Rodolfo, that's probably a good thing. Because you're using more detect magic, and you don't actually see really any magic around. Not anything out of the extraordinary. Like there's still the weird magical signs that this is not the material plane. Just the way the rocks seem to grow. Normally, stalactites and stalagmites, they're in kind of predictable patterns. But here, some of them seem to like grow up and out of the ground as if they're reaching up towards the sky, whereas normally they're only formed by water from the ceiling. And so just as you're arriving at the kind of mouth of the cave, there are these spikes that rise up, similar to the ones like down here, in fact, where they resemble stalactites, but there's
Actually,
nothing above
those are
them.
stalagmites when they come out of the ground.
Right, mites, yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
that's
also
kind of
natural
odd.
formations.
Even the veins of the different minerals that kind of go through the mountainsides, even they appear almost in more swirly like patterns and spirals and in waves, whereas normally they're going to be much more flat, where tectonic plates kind of shift over each other. It looks instead more like someone's just had a doodle on the world. Like it looks like someone's taken a canvas and painted the veins in, rather than just letting nature take its course. And you can almost even see like brush strokes within the different sediments.
Okay, that's weird. That's definitely weird. That doesn't look natural.
So
Okay. Do
the
I
rest of
can
you do spot
count?
something.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Around the craggy rocks jutting out of the sides of the wall, you do start to spot just regular looking shapes. They're sharper than the other walls. They're pointed, and at a moment or two, you spot something move. One of these spiky looking rocks, and they seem to like turn upside down from their hiding spot. Thinking at first like they're perhaps like a bat, but you hear them actually land as well and then skitter away. Like they didn't fly. They kind of, whatever they were like wingless, little spiky creatures.
Knox, Rodolfo, I don't know if y'all just saw that, but do y'all know what that was that fell off the ceiling and went skittering off? It didn't look like spiders or bats to me. I don't know what they were.
Oh.
Flying lizard bats?
Flying
Spider bats?
monkeys?
Monkeys is close. They look kind of humanoid, but hunched over and clawed.
Flying monkeys.
Oh dear.
That's
No.
Flying gargoyles.
Gargoyles
dear.
could also be.
I
But without
wonder
wings.
if this tunnel's inhabited after all. I would like to look on the ground and around me and see
Cool.
if I can tell, given that I rolled so well with perception, whether or not somebody's been in and out of here recently or something has been in and out of here recently. Does it look like, there's fresh scrape marks, along the wall?
There are tracks.
There are.
There's
Okay.
little spiked tracks. They seem to be three-toed, but they're claws, with a little spiky hind claw as well. They're actually quite tiny. They're not medium-sized creatures. You'd reckon maybe small.
Okay. There is something in here. I just don't know if it's dangerous or not. I don't know if we should put it to the guys and, that we found some things in here, possibly a flock or a herd or a pride of something. But there is something in here. I hate to make Juniper sleep out in that rain if we can find actual shelter.
I mean, do they look big and dangerous? It might be, little things like.
Now you can see those tracks. Look, see them? The little bitty
Yeah.
things. They've got 3 toes, and they probably belong to whatever fell off the ceiling. But the things that fell off the ceiling and landed and went skittering off were moving really fast, so I didn't get a good look at them, so I don't know what they were.
Maybe they're just small and they're more scared of us than we are of them,
That would be nice. I mean, I'm thinking if we
Just
at
keep
least
alert so that,
just come into the tunnel far enough that we're out of that rain.
Mhm.
Maybe we can set a fire between us and the rest of the tunnel
Yep.
to keep whatever it is away, and we can always escape back out of the tunnel suddenly if things become overwhelming.
Yeah, and leave at least 2 people on watch, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
I'm okay with that. I don't mind little cave lizards or whatever they are.
Yeah, hopefully they don't have big cave lizard friends, but a lot of things that live in the dark don't like light. And I think if we can build up a big enough fire between us and them, we might do much better at night. And I have a couple of torches I can spare if we need to get a fire started.
Good. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough for me. We stay close to the entrance. We don't go looking for trouble, and hopefully we can at least have shelter from the lightning.
Okay.
So
So,
yeah.
I think I don't want to leave anybody behind. I think all 3 of us should go back out, tell the guys what we found,
Agreed.
and then get a consensus from the group. And we've still got Morgoth with us, and Morgoth is an excellent night guard and fighter. So we've got strength in numbers.
Good. Okay. Yep.
And it's as you turn your back to go down the tunnel, is when I need both of you to roll. Well, the 3 of you
Okay.
checking.
Cool.
What are we rolling?
Well, there isn't actually a saving throw, but what you do feel is, for a moment, you've been in the cold and the rain. For a moment, you just suddenly feel very hot under the collar, like almost like a hot flush. There's a boiling to your blood that rises up into your head, and it just feels like your skin is on fire. It just feels like your blood has been risen by at least 10 degrees.
I'm sorry, Tanwen's only 19. She's far too young to be having hot flashes.
True.
I'm a man,
That's the
so that's
sensation.
not a thing that I have to worry about.
The closest analogy.
Maybe it's just one of those warm vents from like a hot what do you call it, underwater volcano things, saunas.
Oh,
What is those?
yeah,
What do you
I
those?
know what you're talking about, but let's keep heading out and tell the guys everything. So
Yeah.
I want a group decision on this, not just a Tanwen ordered it and everybody's following along kind of thing.
All right. You head back to the others. Other than that, there's no other things that like jump out at you or whatever. You just make your way back. You can hear the stormy clouds back again out near the entrance of the cave.
All right, so Julian and Not Decided, Morgott, hey, there's something in the tunnel, but I don't know what they are. They're little bitty critters. They fell from the ceiling, landed on the floor, and skittered off. They've got 3 claw toes. So Rodolfo and Knox were speculating they might be some sort of cave lizard type critter. But I will tell you, when I walked out, even though Rodolfo didn't find any magic in there, I felt like somebody cast a spell on me suddenly, and I was suddenly really hot. Now, it only lasted just a second, but, we can keep looking, or my suggestion is we go in the tunnel, we light a fire between us and the rest of the tunnel, keep the tunnel opening to our backs so that we can back out of the tunnel suddenly if there's a problem, and then at least get Juniper and Volkswagen out of this mess and get Juniper warmed up and everything for a little bit. What do y'all think?
Works for me.
Yeah, that can work too.
I mean, yes, it just setting a fire seemed always like a good idea, and setting a watch so that anything living in the cave doesn't emerge. It just seems basic precautions, but we didn't see anything that was like, obviously out to get us. So that's something. Could be
Yes.
worse.
It could be, Morgul says. We're only at the mouth of the cave, so should be
Yeah,
safe enough.
that's what I'm thinking. It's not going to be a lot warmer inside that cave, but it should be at least a little drier, and we can light a fire and let poor Juniper at least sit by the warmth for a little bit.
And
I will settle down
also
and
let
see.
poor Rodolfo sit by the fire a little bit because it's been a long day. You know what?
Morgul begins taking off her armor and resting. But she actually probably goes out into the rain just for a few minutes, just the only one enjoying it, just arms outstretched, soaking herself, and then comes back in.
I bet you that's a cold rain, though. For up
It
at
is
the edge
freezing
of the
cold,
mountain.
but
Yeah.
maybe I should have got by the fire first. Anyways, you begin to hunker down, and it is still freezing cold. The wind blows into the cave and lets out that kind of howling sound. The cave around the entrance is still quite moist, and putting sleeping rolls down, they're likely to get
Can
a bit soaked.
can Volkswagen lower itself? I mean, or are those wheels fixed? I mean, can it lower itself down to the ground and kind of
Yeah.
block? the wind
Yeah, I
a
can.
bit for the fire to keep the fire from going out?
Yeah, to some degree.
Okay.
I have something.
Okay, that's it. Time to see the thing.
And Xaxx, you said you had an interesting idea for dinner tonight, and please, if you say heart, please make it a male stag and not somebody's former lease on life.
Labaclaw
Well,
looks at you. Wait, what? Male
well,
stag?
here's the thing. I have a couple things that I would like to do, but I can only do one of them. Okay? So I will let you choose. One is I can give us most of us anyway. I wouldn't I'm sorry, Juniper and Volkswagen, I wouldn't be able to help you. But I can give the rest of us a little bit of comfort as we sleep tonight.
You
Number
sure?
two is option two is I can set a bit of a trappy trap thing that may or may not work and in case something does come out from the other side of the cave. But it would not help us in terms of cold and whatnot. And then option three, uh, well, option three is really just for me. So that wouldn't help you at all.
I'll
Option
be honest.
four would be something foodie wise that I could help for a nice little meal tonight, but it's not going to help the predicament that we're
I like
in terms of cave
option
stuff.
two. I'd rather have more defenses up and snuggle a little deeper in my bedroll.
I agree. We'll
And
rely on the
make
fire for warmth.
yeah, and
I have another option that is may not help everybody as well, and I think I'm gonna scrap that one because I don't think it would do anything for to help
well,
Knox in this situation.
we can always make ration stew. Everybody throw in some of their rations, and we'll get a mixed, you know, mostly meat stew.
Or we
I,
can
I,
we can go hunting for some cave lizards and make that for dinner.
yeah, we might trip over something else or let something else know we're here. So let's save that adventure for when we're not all so tired.
Okay, so it's defense or comfort. What do you want?
Defense. What does everybody else vote?
I agree. Defense. If you don't mind, Xaxx, with a little bit of a plain dinner tonight.
Oh, the comfort isn't food. The comfort is sort of an overall comfort. Like a
Well,
I, I,
tavern, like a mini tavern.
I
Oh,
still would.
sounds good. Labaclaw says, tavern, please.
Tavern.
Morgul says I am much more offensive-minded, but
Mhm.
I also worry that we may not even be able to get a good night's sleep in these kinds of conditions. But
Yeah,
we can
I
try.
think making sure we can rest will take our chances. I'm very sorry, Juniper. You're you're just too big for this.
No. Juniper
And
is
so
used
me
to living in caves, surely.
so Juniper will have maybe Juniper, I'm sorry, maybe you have to find like a little spot off to the side and try to hide
Well,
and we'll do the
Juniper will
rest.
get the whole fire.
Yeah, Juniper can stay by the fire and stay warm by the fire and
Mm-hmm.
we'll block some of the wind and the cold a little bit maybe.
Are you
Mm-hmm.
casting Leomund's tiny hut?
Oh, you're ruining the surprise,
I'm
Brandee.
sorry. I'm sorry. That was metagaming. I apologize.
Okay, what does it look like then?
Okay, so everybody just stand close to me here. Um, okay, are you ready? And a one, and a two, and a Leomund's tiny hut. And I'm going to cast
Mm-hmm.
Leomund's tiny hut. and it sort of is a darker, still purple always, sort of dome, but trying to blend in a little bit more with the darker theme. Um, and it has sort of silvery clouds that are sort of floating around and just drifting around, so it looks like it's a clear night, or a calmer night, I should say. Just little clouds, and it does have a bunch of moons, like all the different phases of the moon, sort of scattered around, and they're sort of dancing slowly, to try to that sort of lull you to sleep with just slow, calming movements, and um, it's nice and warm and it smells just a little bit like fresh baked muffins or bread or something like that.
Wow, this is gorgeous. I've been in one of these before and it looked like a shack by comparison. Xaxx, you do amazing work.
Well, we keep on having to camp out in different places and find, taverns that walk and things like that, and trees that walk and whatnot. So I figured maybe I'll try something so we don't have to rely on other people quite as much.
I
Nice
know,
job. Yeah.
yeah, I know that there's specific rules for these huts. What are the rules for your hut? What can we and can't we
Uh,
do?
well, um everybody here can exit and enter the hut except for me. So if you want to go for a walk or go scouting or something, you can go do that. Nothing besides the people who are inside are going to be able to enter it. And yeah, it's pretty. It'll keep us safe. Keep us warm. It'll keep us sort of allow us to get a good, nice sleep.
Wow, excellent.
See, Morgul is already asleep, it seems. Uh,
How late is it during the day? Is it nighttime?
yeah.
Like,
You never really know what time it is, but it has been dark and stormy. It's the closest thing to night that it has been in all of Prismere so far.
I look at my sand pocket watch to check the time.
You've been traveling a long time, from thither to hither and over to yon. It has definitely cost you the whole day traveling. So,
okay.
yeah, you would imagine it's late in the night.
Okay, so who wants to take the first watch?
Oh, we don't really need to take a walk. I mean, you can if you want, but we don't really because nothing else can really get inside.
Yeah, but
It,
something could
it
get to
can't
Juniper
it can't
and
crush the hut
Volkswagen.
from
Yeah.
outside? Well,
Uh, they could try. I don't know if it would. I'm not
Hmm.
gonna take a watch though.
I will take a watch.
I'll take a solo
You've got
watch.
one. You've got a pocket watch.
Uh,
Uh, all right.
okay,
Yeah.
I'll take the first watch, and then
Mm-hmm.
That
Tarquin, if
takes.
you want to go second. I mean,
Yeah, I'll
Your
I'll,
take
Highness.
I'll,
second.
I'll go third.
As everybody's sort of settling in, to their spots to sleep, I'm gonna use my telepathy, to speak to Tarquin.
Hmm?
I'm just gonna say, "Hey, Tarquin,
Mm.
now that you're human and Tanwen's human, maybe I don't know."
Oh my
No,
god.
no, it's
And I'm just
fine.
gonna leave it at that.
It's with this romance angle everyone's going for or not going for.
He's being a little matchmaker.
Hmm, it's because we've
Yeah,
all
I'm just
watched
gonna
those
I'm
Hallmark
gonna sort of
movies.
force them to sleep a little bit closer together just by blocking them off or something.
um, so we're gonna just Rodolfo, we're gonna keep watch kind of just outside the hut, right?
Yeah, I would say
At the door.
right
Um,
by the entrance to it, with quick egress if we
Mhm.
need it.
okay.
Egress, ingress, whatever.
Yeah. Zach's, when we're in the hut, can we hear things on the outside of the hut? That way, if somebody shouts an alarm, will the people in the hut hear it, or do we have to come back in the hut to tell people what's going on?
That's a good question. I've well, this one I've made specific, so I'm trying to calm the storm from outside. So it's maybe muffled.
Okay, if we bang on the side of the hut, or where we can see the transparent purple walls, will you hear a knocking sound on the inside?
Yeah, there'll be like a faint knocking, like if you're on the other side of a
Mhm.
wall.
Okay. All right. So everybody who's going on watch tonight, just be aware, that you may have to step inside to rouse everybody if there's a problem.
Hmm.
Just stay close. Don't go too far away.
No.
All right. Those who are on the first watch, Rodolfo, make me a perception check. Someone else with you as well, or is it?
Since we've got the tiny hut, I think we decided that we were just going to do kind of one person
One
watch at a
person, yeah.
time. Okay.
Oof. Yep. Not great. I got a 4.
Or
Yeah.
okay, the Stormy. You're watching mostly the outside, aren't you? Near the cave exit.
I'm watching the outside and the inside. More the inside than the outside, actually, to be honest.
Okay, more the inside than the outside. Right.
Yep.
In that case, that makes sense why you got a 4, because you've got your back to the outside. The interior is very dark. The only things that you perhaps see with any sort of hint is a small bit of just like a wisp of enchantment magic in the air, but it's very distant. But that's it. You don't see anything else. Nothing moves closer. Nothing jumps out of the darkness. But with your detect magic, you just
Mm.
sense something like enchantment.
Inside the cave? Like far away inside
Yeah,
the cave? Or near
you
us?
know, it's almost like you see it as a scent, like
Mm.
a wispy scent in the air, and it's a blood red color. Like that's not
Okay.
not normally the enchantment magic you're used to, but the scent actually leads to the hut, funnily enough. Like
Okay.
almost like you've given off the trail when you walked back.
Okay.
Uh,
That's a little weird, but I'm not. But we are in a magical place. We are surrounded by magic, so unless it gets noticeably weirder, I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I'm not gonna go investigate, or leave my post. But I'll tell whoever's coming up next that
Sure.
I saw some magic.
Yeah. It's almost like it's faded as well. At the point when your watch is kind of finished, it's
Mhm.
almost like it's dissipated into the air, like a scent would. It's sort of just diluted in the oxygen. But yeah. Other than
Okay.
that, though, that's everything. You wake up the next person for their rest, for their
Yep.
watch, even.
Okay. Your Majesty, is that you? Are you going
Yeah.
next?
Yep, I believe so.
Okay. Yep. I just I didn't see any creatures or anything, but there was a little bit of something that might have been enchantment magic. Just like a little bit of it on the wind, Like
Yeah.
there is something in here, but not aggressive so far.
Okay. I will keep
Okay,
that in
just
mind.
keep your eyes open. Okay. Good night.
All right. And you can roll me a perception check, Tarquin.
Yep.
Oh, whoops.
That one. Wow, you guys. This is funny. This you don't see much of anything. It's way too dark, and unfortunately, our human eyes can't see in the dark very well.
Nope.
Although I don't know how long does Eyes of the Night last. Good question, actually. Xaxx, you might be able to tell us that. Let's see. Eyes in the night.
It allows for.
I can loan him my moonlight monocle for the watch if he doesn't have dark vision anymore.
It only lasts for 1 hour.
Yep, that makes sense then, because that would be way up.
So
you could get monocle.
if I know that he doesn't have dark vision, and I'll ask him that presumably before we trade places, I'll loan him the moonlight monocle, which gives him 60 feet of dark vision.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You're not used to it.
Don't break it, and don't scratch the lenses, okay? It's very delicate.
You are getting kind of used to these human eyes, which before you could actually see in sort of low lightest vision. Like rabbits themselves are good at twilight, better than full darkness, where it's low light. But you're looking around, not really seeing much, and very deafening sounds of lightning and thunder really block out any sound that you might have heard. It does echo up the cave and back down again, and so if there is something moving in there, you're not aware of it. And though with each flash of light outside that illuminates maybe just the causeway, you swear there is perhaps like a rock that you didn't notice there before, but other than that, it's probably just where the light is bouncing, and it's casting a shadow from a different angle each time, and it probably creates the illusion that there's a rock there, but you probably shrug it off as it's actually just a shadow of one of the distant mountains being cast that makes it look like there's more and more rocks. But anyway, you don't really notice anything else other than that. And then your watch is kind of up. I don't know what you're feeling through. What's going through Tarquin's mind? Do we privy to an insight, or do you're still figuring that out yourself?
He has, like, whilst he's been trying to stay focused on the watch, every now and then he flicks open the pocket watch, being focused on another form of watch, I suppose, and just looks at his own reflection, still not perhaps quite accepting it, and just thinking on it to some extent. But eventually he walks in and he'll wake up Tanwen for their watch and just be like, I didn't see much, might be some extra rocks that weren't there before, but honestly it's a bit too dark to tell.
Alright, inside or outside?
Inside, I think.
Outside.
Okay.
Outside, even.
Okay. Alright, well, thank you very much.
And as you can't see in the dark, I suppose I should lend you this, but just don't lose or damage it, and I give them the moonlight monocle.
Oh! Wow, Rodolfo let you lend this to us? This is cool.
Yeah, it helps us see in the dark, at least.
Yeah, I know what it does. I've just never borrowed it from Rodolfo before, so that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to give me an insight check as well, Tanwen, just as you're passing by Tarquin?
Alright, give me 1 second. Insight, you're here somewhere.
There's something about his tone of voice that seems a little bit down and melancholy, and that's the complete opposite feeling. When you found your lost thing, you were elated, overjoyed to have Samantha back in your life. You felt inspired. Tarquin is the complete opposite of that. Doesn't seem like he's gained that same spark again, even though he has retrieved it.
Hey, this is totally... You can totally tell me this is not acceptable and to mind my own business, but are you sure you really found your lost thing and you weren't tricked? Are you sure you're not a Haragon? Really? In your heart of hearts and body of bodies, and not a human who thought he was a Haragon? Are you
It's
sure she didn't trick you now to make you think you're Haragon who thinks he's a human?
it's a difficult thing. What is shown in one mirror might not be shown in another. In in this echo I am me, in another echo I was me.
All right, but the me I know is funny and kind of just radiates joy at all times and has amazing solutions to things, solutions that I would never have thought of. When I just want to whack something over the head with my quarterstaff, Tarquin is there with his silver tongue, convincing everybody that reality is what he sees it as. And I'll be honest with you, I'm a little worried about you because, well, you're not my Tarquin, my fluffy bunny with the fuzzy butt and the long ears, and not just physically.
He considers this and he's just like, yeah, I'm not sure I'm my Tarquin either.
Well, if you ever need to talk, I'm here. I
Hmm.
won't probably won't have answers, but at least I can listen.
Hmm. Well,
All right. I should probably let you finish your sleep then.
yeah.
Go get some sleep, and I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah. As Tarquin sits down and Tanwen leaves for their part of the watch, he will stare once more at the watch,
Mhm.
pull out the key and pull it into like the slot and just sort of stare at it for a moment. And then just a fraction, not completely, he'll try to turn it backwards as if to unwind the clock, but then stop and turn it back to normal and shake his head before going back to sleep.
I like that a lot. Okay, and sleep you do find, but come back to what you're dreaming about in just a moment. Or maybe next session. I just realized the time, but we'll get through the long rest, I feel, first. Okay. Tamwin, do you want to give me a perception check now as you're keeping an eye on what
Sure.
Tarquin mentioned? Maybe these rocks that apparently were appearing? But
Yeah, that's supposed to be outside though.
it's supposed to be. Mm,
Ooh, that's not good.
Hmm.
Uh,
It's too dark out, and the rain is creating a curtain of obscured vision. You just
yeah,
really can't get a good beat on what's out there. And
and
the thundering. Oh,
I
go
would
on.
probably be more worried about something coming down a tunnel.
That's
So
exactly
probably,
everyone's worry, which is
yeah.
funny why the rolls seem to reflect that. So you look out, cautionary glance outside, don't really see much, and then focus your attention wholly on
Right.
the inside.
Yeah, I figure I'm doing a big circle, Juniper, Volkswagen, glance outside,
Yeah.
walk back over, pay attention to the tunnel for a bit, get up after a little bit and do the circle again, you know.
Okay. And other than that, not much else occurs during the night, and you're left to wake up the last person for the long rest.
I thought it was just the three of
Oh,
us
is it just
because
three?
Xaxx was going to sleep. Morgott had already fallen asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember Knox or Solomon volunteering. And with Hellion there, I would assume that this is their first night with Hellion, that they might need more rest than the rest of us.
It's
We only transfer 4 hours, so we wouldn't get like a full rest anyway. Well, that would be our full rest.
Okay, all
yeah.
right then.
So you
Then
could be
I'll
out. Yeah.
all
Yeah,
right then.
I'm
I'll go wake up
knocking about.
Knox and say, "Hey, not much is happening. Juniper seems to be comfortable by the fire. Volkswagen is dried off completely, and I guess looks content as a wagon can look. Um, Tarquin told me that he saw some funny rocks outside. that looked like they had moved, but he didn't have anything else to add. And Rodolfo lent us the monocle of Moonlight, so we're supposed to be careful and not break it, but I know you're not going to do that. So I hope you and your little kitty cat have a fun watch.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay. All right. You can give me a perception check as well.
Oh.
So 13.
I'm
Okay.
gonna go ahead and guide myself if that's okay.
Yeah.
I know.
16. Much better. Okay. There, as you're looking outside in the storm, every couple of seconds or so, a flash, and that flash illuminates very clearly a silhouette. It is facing you. Something almost monstrous looking. You can see horns in the silhouette. You can see quite this long body. You can see perhaps there's like hunched figures. There's multiple. They seem to be hiding just on the outsides of the cave, very still, almost trying not to move. But with the 16, you just barely spot these silhouettes with the flashes of lightning. Something is stalking the entrance of the cave, but and they've surrounded it as well. Like the whole entrance from every angle is like surrounded by these figures.
Can I tell whether they are hostile figures or whether they're just curious little
They
goblin
seem
things?
they seem to be quite large and foreboding, but they're staying very still, almost as if not trying to be spotted. And when I say monstrous, I'm like some of them have like long strands of almost like unkempt hair, and others have like sharp features and horns and like claws. But again, it's just a silhouette. You can't make out details of them, and most of them are obscured behind like boulders and rocks.
Hmm. Right. Everyone's gonna be asleep, aren't they?
They will be, yes.
I don't know whether to wake them up because it's spooky scary outside. Yeah, I'm gonna go back inside the hut and I don't know, what? Oh, I don't want to go
How
spook
how
them.
many
They're
minutes
scary.
has how many minutes has Knox been on watch?
This wasn't that long into your
So
watch,
if
but
Tanwen probably would have taken 15 minutes or so to fall asleep. So if Knox is coming back in that quickly, I'd probably sit up and ask, "Is everything okay?"
Mm, I I could see some silhouettes outside hiding behind the boulders. They look
How
like
far outside?
they look like they had like horns and like I'm judging by the silhouette. They've got like horns and claws. Quite foreboding. Um, I'm not sure if they're just watching or they mean harm or they're just curious, you know. Obviously.
Shoot. I could cast fairy fire to see him better, but I don't know if that would provoke an attack if they saw it as a hostile action.
Yeah, that is true. Um,
Man, it's if we wake everybody up, do we still get a long rest, or is it because this is fourth watch, or do we? Is it
well,
is
no,
no?
mechanically, you don't lose your long rest so long as you don't do like an hour's worth of spell
Right.
casting or fighting, I think.
Okay. Um, maybe I'll tell you what. I'm gonna get Juniper, and we're gonna go
Yeah.
sit by the entrance. Juniper and I'll sit by the entrance. You divide your time between the tunnel and us, and if something gets really bad, we'll wake the others up. So I'll get up, pull my boots back on, grab my cape,
Yeah.
rearm, and I'm gonna go out and wake up Juniper and say, Juniper, I am so sorry. I know you're so comfortable by the fire, but there's something out by the entrance to the cave, and we don't know if they're hostile or not. So can you be as quiet as you can be? And you and I are going to sneak over, find a good hiding spot, and just watch to make sure they're not coming in to attack everybody.
Okay. So you can go both give me stealth checks,
Okay.
you and Juniper, and you hear her getting up, kind of shaking off the sleepy drowsiness,
Okay.
and
How would I roll that for Juniper? Or does Juniper just take my number?
no, she has a stat sheet. So if you type in Juniper into the actors, you'll see her into the search bar,
Oh, okay.
or you can do Control Space and then type Juniper, and you can click her from there as well.
Okay. Oh, I see NPCs and creatures. So let me double click.
Mhm.
Juniper,
And
perception.
then it'll be just a Dex, straight Dex, because she doesn't
Oh,
have
okay.
proficiency. So yeah, you just rolled a Dex. She seems to understand that you're trying to be quiet. Her form is a lot bigger than yours, though. It's a little bit trickier.
Right.
You're definitely more hidden than she is. But as she gets closer toward the edge, she tries to maybe duck down behind one of the nearby rocks. And you're very up against the wall, completely like hidden around the kind of the lip of the cave. And as you're just peering out and looking, waiting for like maybe a flash of lightning to see what this thing is,
Okay.
you can give me another perception check. Your eyes are a little bit drowsy, still kind of
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm a little bit sleepy because I just almost fallen asleep again.
yeah.
So,
You rub your eyes and peer out. It's still blurry from the rain and mist, but you do catch what was described as a flash,
mhm.
and you see something with an open jaw, and it's massive canines and teeth that are just open. There's this long tongue, this sat there in this kind of yawning like position. Um, and then you actually catch sight of another statue that's this kind of long, lurched over, slender figure. It's just completely still, but it's up against the what's it called? The causeway. Like it almost like melded in the stonework with this causeway.
uh,
It almost kind of reminds you of like a long, slender man type creature.
so you do remember that we're playing D&D and not Doctor Who, right? Because we're not supposed to be fighting weeping angels.
Oh god. Oh no,
Okay,
hopefully
just
not.
checking.
In any case, that one wasn't one that was described, but it's here now. Uh, it's this long, like almost 10-foot tall creature that's just all spindly, and its head is almost triangle shaped, peering down towards the cave, or the mouth of the cave.
Okay. I am just going to watch them. If it looks like they're moving towards the mouth of the cave with intent, I'm going to cast fairy fire to cover them all in light so that we
Yeah.
can see them clearly.
Okay.
So I'm
They
just
do
kind of
not make a move
okay.
for the next minute. You watch patiently, like waiting. What do they want? Wondering when are they going to attack, or when are they just going to go away? But they stay, and 10 minutes pass, and they're still there. And at this point, you are starting to perhaps get drowsy again, and your body wants to go to sleep. If you stay up over an hour, you will have interrupted your long rest. What do you want to do at the 10-minute mark?
I'm just gonna tell Tanwen to go back to sleep because they don't seem to be making a move just yet. So I'll just keep my eye on them.
Okay. Juniper, can you stay here and sound an alarm if anything happens? Can you do that for us? Juniper?
Sorry, she dozed off as well by the looks. She'd closed her eyes for only a moment, and you can probably hear her light snoring. But she picks herself up again and seems to like peer out.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, okay.
She's got good vision as well in the dark. You can give me a perception check with her.
Okay.
Um,
She's sleeping.
yeah, she's pretending to look, but she's sleepy. Maybe that's a good thing, because if she did see them, she might get startled, but who knows. In any case, over the next 30 minutes, you watch and wait, and nothing seems to happen. And an hour passes. You're beginning to see other people finish their long rest and coming to, and Morgott stretching awake.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna walk back to the hut and then say, "Hey, I just want to grab a quick nap for the last few minutes. There's something out front, so I'm not even gonna take off my boots. Juniper's keeping an eye on things, and will wake up if something charges, but we need to be quiet and try to determine these things' intent."
Okay. Nothing seems to attack or make their move, and eventually everyone has finished a long rest. But at this point, I also wanted to dive into a little dream sequence of Tarquin, perhaps. But I looked at the time. I think perhaps this is about a good place to wrap up, just in case, because we've also got something else to do, I believe. I have to double check my notes. But I believe you're leveling up at this point because you've entered into the new domain of Yon. Uh,
Whoop whoop.
so whether it be from the warm fuzzy feeling of helping Octavian retrieve his heart, whether it be from finding your lost thing and maybe retrieving Gloam, the poor cat that was held captive in that cabinet, maybe it's because you've traveled into a new mystical land. Or maybe it's because you've been struck by lightning out of the sky and that surge of power is still flooding through your veins. In any case, one of the above has felt some new power or lessons learned within, and you have reached new heights, and new abilities are unlocked to you. In the morning, you come to waking up with a new sense of excitement, but also a new sense of dread for what's yet to come. And you have to prepare yourself and strengthen your will and hearts for the final realm of Prisma. But yeah, thanks. You guys have definitely earned it, especially from Loom Lurch. So feel free to level up, and if everyone wants to do their HP, they can do that, and then we'll sign off. I think that seems like a fitting place to end. Oh dear.
Yay! Thank you.
No, this place is not nature based. Feels like you're not drawing upon any kind of roots or life in this area. Yon feels dead and desolate. There's no plant life from what you've seen. It's all just rocks. And so maybe that's reflected in that very minimal HP gain. Rodolfo gets a little bit there, but it's so cold, Rodolfo, and that's not normal either. You're used to a nice hearth, nice warm fire. Oh god, everyone's HP's rubbish. Xaxx. Yeah, that's that pretty much tracked.
I
Ah,
still have less than 30 hit points total.
God. Yeah,
I'm at
you.
29 level 6, and I have 29 hit points.
I'll tell you what. You know what happened when that lightning bolt struck you? It didn't feel like you were filled with power. It felt more like you were sapped of it, almost like the lightning surged through you and took energy and took your wind out of your sails. You did fall when your wings sort of like gave out from the wind, but specifically the lightning, as it kind of surged through you, it felt like it took the wind out of your sails rather than energized you, and that seems to also be reflected in that very minimal HP gain. And yeah,
It's hilarious.
zapping lightning.
um, my I'm supposed to gain for Deft Explorer an extra 5 feet of speed, so I can walk 35 feet, and a climbing and swimming speed equal to your walking speed. But my speed's still saying 30 feet.
I'll
Okay, we
fix
can
that
change it.
between sessions.
Yeah, we'll change
Okay.
that for you.
But for now, let's sign off, and
Yep,
I would assume we don't have a session next week because it's Christmas Day.
it is Christmas. I'm afraid
But
no, we
then
don't have.
but then the next Sunday after that is New Year's Day.
Oh my,
So is the next session the 8th then?
it might well be. We'll keep posted in
Well,
the
yeah,
Discord,
we'll
but
keep people posted, but for now we'll say the 8th as thing.
yeah,
All right.
it's looking to be the 8th. I mean, everyone's gonna have their own thing going on, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
it-
All right.
I
And
think having
Alright.
that'll be the day after my birthday, but I still expect y'all to sing happy birthday.
Okay.
your birthday's the
yeah.
7th.
Or at least say it.
Okay, good to know.
All right.
Good to know in advance. Yeah,
All right.
we got you.
Bye for now.
Bye bye.
Bye.